Okay, you're all set.
Good morning and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities and Technology. My name is Seth Berry. I'm the House Chair, and I will be chairing the first of our public hearings today. Senator Vitelli, I believe, will be taking over for the second hearing since that's my bill. The first bill up will be from Senator Breen. And after our public hearings, we have other business to attend to. So looking forward to all of that. Just a reminder that at public hearings, we do bring you in to the panelist screen, and you are live and being streamed for all the world to see on YouTube and through our legislative website audio channel as well. When you are an attendee and you can only see us but not see yourself, we ask that you refrain from using the chat since that is not part of the public record. And speaking of the public record, we always encourage written testimony. It is very helpful in establishing legislative intent later on. So if you haven't written your testimony and you plan to do so, we will thank you, and especially Representative Grochowski will thank you. I will go next to committee introductions, and we'll start with Senator Vitelli.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County in the town of Dresden in Lincoln County.
Great. Senator Stewart.
Hey, good morning, folks. I'm Trey Stewart, State Senator in District 2, which is 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties, and I reside in Presque Isle.
Great. Representative Wadsworth.
Good morning, everybody. Nate Wadsworth. I represent House District 70, the towns of Hiram, Porter, Brownfield, Freiburg, and Lovell.
Representative Kessler.
Good morning. My name is Chris Kessler. I represent part of South Portland, which is also home of the state champion Class AA basketball team. Woo woo. Also representing part of Cape Elizabeth.
A smidgen, I believe. Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville, and I live in Winterport.
Great. Representative Sachs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm proud to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and a part of Panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Carlo.
Good morning. I'm Nathan Carlo, State Representative for House District 16, which includes part of my hometown of Buxton, Hollis, and part of Saco in the state legislature.
Okay, and Representative Ziegler.
Yes, good morning. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County. There's 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Sears.
And Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representing District 104, which includes the towns of Charleston, Stetson, Exeter, Garland, and Dexter.
Fantastic. And as always, we have with us our able committee clerk, Jason Ellarding, and our committee analyst, Lindsay Laxon, and Representative Grochowski. I apologize. You're next.
Thank you. Last but not least, I hope, Representative Nicole Grochowski, serving the citizens of Ellsworth and Trenton, and Ellsworth is home of Class B North men's basketball champions, or boys basketball, I guess. We are proud of them this year.
Well, congratulations to all the winners. They are all winners in our book. And I am Representative Seth Berry. My district is 55, House District 55, which is Bowdoin, Bodenham, most of Richmond, and Swan Island, also known as the unorganized territory of Perkins Township, one of the few unorganized territories in CD1. We are, as I said, going to hear a couple of bills today, and we will begin by bringing in the sponsor of the first, Senator Kathy Breen, to present her bill. And then, as always, we'll be taking testimony in favor, in opposition, And finally, neither for nor against. And Jason, if you could bring in the sponsor, that would be great. I trust she's here.
I'm sorry,
We're not seeing her.
I'm not seeing her.
Okay. Just give it a moment. Do you see if she has been sent the link?
I can check.
Okay. And while Jason is doing that, this seems like a good time to remind folks that this is not how we've always operated. We are, most of us still habituated to the committee room and to working together in person around Horseshoe. Looking forward to seeing everyone in person tomorrow at the State House when we are back in session. But the use of Zoom to hold committee hearings and work sessions is less than 2 years old, and still working out some kinks from time to time. So our committee analyst has helpfully suggested that there is a fiscal note review, which won't take long, and which we could do in the interim just while we're waiting for the sponsor. So Lindsay, why don't you bring up the fiscal note for LD 1814 before we open the public hearing?
Excellent, thank you. So I will share my screen momentarily. This is LD 1814. An act to repeal the St. Francis Water District Charter and direct the town of St. Francis to assume, maintain, and operate the property of the district. I will share my screen. Okay, and please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Excellent. So we heard back from OFPR, and there is a fiscal note associated with this bill. It is a minor cost increase to other special revenue funds. Any additional costs to the PUC as a result of actions taken to approve of the sale and transfer of the St. Francis Water District to the town of St. Francis are anticipated to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Does the committee have any questions, or we did get language back from the revisor's office? There were only some minor changes, nothing substantive. If you wanted me to walk through that with you, I could, or answer questions you have, or let me know if this is good to go.
Are there any questions for Lindsay on the fiscal note? And those minor changes are strictly technical?
That's correct.
Okay. So I think that is probably unnecessary unless anyone wishes to see it. Are there any concerns, objections? Okay. And Jason, I've been asked to request that you send another link to Senator Breen. Is that possible?
It sure is. I just sent one out, but I'll send another one.
Okay. Is that to her legislative email address?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay, there is one other, I think, relatively small matter that I actually wanted to take up at some point today, and perhaps we could do that. It would require voting to go into a work session, which we can easily do at any time. Representative Wadsworth had requested to be recorded differently on a bill. I believe it was LD 1847. And it just requires that we provide him with the opportunity to reconsider our votes. This was a bill where the majority voted ought to pass as amended. The minority voted ought to pass as amended with a different amendment, and it's a bill pertaining to utility disconnections at public safety facilities. So I would entertain a motion at this time to go into work session on LD 1847.
So moved.
Great, it's been moved by Representative Sachs. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Stewart. And at this time, the chair would entertain a motion to reconsider our vote on LD 1847.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Representative Sachs, seconded by Senator Stewart. So the bill is now before us again, and the original motion was ought to pass as amended with statutory changes. I believe the minority vote ended up with essentially rulemaking changes. Lindsay, do you want to agree or disagree with that?
Bear with me one moment. Let me bring up the minority report. So the minority report does make a statutory change, but it is a change which directs the PUC to engage in rulemaking governing the termination or disconnection of utility services for a public safety facility.
Right. So that's kind of the difference. The majority report was more about, enacting some provisions directly into statute. Both of them had an emergency preamble. Are there any other questions about what the committee did with that? Just as a refresher, we all good? Okay, so I would need a motion to enact the bill, to recommend that the bill be enacted ought to pass as amended, presumably with the language in the majority report.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Representative Sachs. Is there a second? Thank you, Representative Cuddy. And is there any discussion? All right. Could the committee clerk please call the roll?
Okay. Senator Lawrence, and Senator Lawrence is not here. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
No.
Senator Stewart is a no. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grochowski.
Yes.
Representative Grochowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
No.
Representative Wadsworth is a no. Representative Grignon is not present. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster is a no. Representative Carlo.
No.
Representative Carlo is a no. That is 7 in favor and 4 opposed to the motion.
Great.
With
And
one
from those
absent.
who voted no, it's my understanding that the minority report will be the ought to pass as amended minority report, committee amendment B, if you will, from the previous vote. Is that correct?
You got it. Yep.
Okay. Great. Lindsay, anything else you need on that?
Thank you all for the courtesy. I appreciate that.
No problem. Okay. So that will conclude the work session on LD 1847. And I think Lindsay will get back to us if she needs another language review. I'm thinking we may or may not need that, but I believe we have a sponsor with us now to present a bill pertaining to the Gray Water District. And Jason, if you could bring in Senator Breen as a panelist, that would be great. Excellent. Welcome, Senator Breen.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Representative Barry, Senator Vitelli. I'm Kathy Breen, and I apologize for getting caught off guard this morning. I really appreciate your reaching out and indulging me. This is a fairly straightforward bill that I know that folks in your committee have seen many times. This is a change to some boundaries of a water district in my Senate district. And the parties negotiated it prior to reaching out to me for the bill. So everybody agreed. It's sort of a technicality, and I'm hoping that it can go through without much fanfare. But I'm certainly open to any questions if you have any.
Okay, and are there questions from the committee for Senator Breen? Very well, thanks for jumping on, and I apologize if there was any miscommunication on our part.
No, my aide has been out sick, and so I'm just discombobulated, and so it's all my fault, and I apologize.
Oh my gosh, I hope your aide feels better. And
Thank you.
I can imagine that would be discombobulating. All right. All
No
right, take care.
excuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. All right, and Jason, can you bring in the next person to sign up to testify in support of this legislation? I don't believe there are co-sponsors planning to testify.
I'm bringing over Bill Gardner.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gardner, we can see you. We see a square for you, but you'll need to unmute.
There we go. We got it.
Okay. Are you able to?
Yep. You hear me?
We can hear you, but not see you. Are you able to turn on your video?
I think I got it.
Well done.
All right.
All right.
Apologize. Sorry about that.
No problem. No problem.
Good morning, all. My name is Bill Gardner. I'm the superintendent of the Gray Water District, and I also have one of our board members here, Mike McDonald, as well.
Great. And do you want to both of you testify, or just one designated driver today?
I can handle most of it, and any questions you may have. We are approached by NOAA Weather Service to get water up to them due to their low pressure issues and the multiple wells that they had drilled. Unfortunately, it puts us into the town of New Gloucester's territory. We would actually go into their territory a little bit and then come back into the town of Gray. We had approached New Gloucester on the issue. It is too far away from their infrastructure, and they have no plans of putting infrastructure in that area. So that's why we were reached out, and I think you could. I don't know if you all have it, but we have a letter of support from the town of New Gloucester and also from the town of Gray, who has expressed their interest in NOAA Weather Service remaining within the town Gray limits. And that's the first portion of the bill. The second addresses an issue where we had extended in the Yarmouth Water District about 10 years ago, entered into an agreement with them, approved through the PUC. It was just never entered into our charter before we were here. So we are hoping to get that wording in the charter as well. And then the last is just goes to holding board members accountability. I'd be happy to answer any questions on those things.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Gardner? All right. Seeing none, who do we have signed up next to testify, Jason?
It looks like Bradley Sawyer.
Okay. So any other testimony, Bill, from you or your colleague? I apologize, I missed your colleague's name. Did he want to testify also?
Mike McDonald. No, I've helped engineer this and worked with the Gray Water District for a long time. These are things that come up that we just need to address it so that we can provide the service.
Okay, very good. Any questions for Mr. McDonald? All right, seeing none, thank you both very much. And we'll beam you back over to the attendee panel. And we appreciate your testimony. Mr. Sawyer. Jason, could you bring Mr. Sawyer in?
He's on his way over.
Oh, okay, great. I apologize. I do not have the list in front of me. Slight technical glitch today, but I know Jason has it, so that's all we need. All right, Mr. Sawyer, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Barry and members of the committee. My name is Brad Sawyer. I work with the Maine Rural Water Association. we helped the Gray Water District with some of the language and work around this. I apologize, Representative Grahowski, I do not have written testimony, but solely because I don't really have any new information to share. With the Friday deadline and the pace of work you all have, I thought if there's a possibility of moving this along today, I just wanted to make sure I was in the room to answer any questions you all had. The only thing I would add from Mr. Gardner's testimony is the third section about board member compensation is not anything to do with current members of the board. That is purely something looking forward as a potential backstop and not in effort in any way related to current board members. So I just wanted to put that out there. With that, I'm happy to take any questions and happy to support this committee as you move forward on it.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Sawyer? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Mr. Sawyer. This language, is this common in other water districts that may be members of yours? I don't remember seeing language like this before, kind of penalizing water district board members.
It's interesting. Thank you for the question, Representative. It's interesting. Board member compensation across water districts is certainly not uniform. It's incredibly common. I'd say it is normal for board members to be compensated in some way. Sometimes that's a yearly stipend. Sometimes that's a meeting stipend. There can be provisions for regular versus emergency meetings. And so to be honest, I don't know how common possible deductions are, but I think in the increasingly busy world we see, and there have been some instances of public officials elsewhere in the state getting elected to positions and not really showing up. I think this was an effort to just kind of safeguard against that moving forward.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions? All right. Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Sawyer, for your testimony.
Thank you.
And Jason, do we have others signed up to testify on this bill?
Those are the only two that I have on my list.
Okay. So that will conclude the public hearing on this bill. And Jason, I am having some technical difficulties. Could you read the title of that bill again and the number for the record?
This bill is LD 1967, an act to amend the charter of the Gray Water District.
Thank you very much. And I want to turn at this time to our analyst, Lindsay. If the committee felt comfortable going into work session and voting on this, would you be able to provide just a very brief analysis that would enable us to do that?
Well, I haven't reviewed this thoroughly. I can tell you that one of the issues that we usually look for when we see these water district or these district charters is whether there's any sort of issues with constitutionality. I'm not seeing anything here which seems problematic. The construction of infrastructure into New Gloucester, it sounds like that is to serve, still continuing to serve district residents. Like it's not, the intent isn't to expand the district. I mean, that is something the committee, if they wanted to, they could clarify, they could have language to clarify that. And I'm not familiar with the sort of water and fire service language, but I haven't done an analysis on this. So I don't know if there would be any additional clarification that might be needed, but certainly if the committee wanted to go into work session, you absolutely could.
Got it. And if we were to go into work session and you saw anything that jumped out at you as being constitutionally troublesome or dramatically unprecedented, you could let us know at the language review, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I guess my personal instinct is to just go ahead into work session. If folks are comfortable with that, we could easily do that and tick this one off of our list, knowing that Lindsay will bring it back to us if there are concerns, and we will see it again at a language review. So I would entertain a motion if there is no objection to go into work session. Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I move that we go into work session on LD 1967.
It's been moved to go into work session. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Cuddy. All those in favor of going into work session indicate by a show of hands. Thank you. Should have done that on the earlier one. And that puts the bill before us. And is there a motion? Representative Wadsworth.
I move we pass LD 1967 as drafted.
Okay, it's been moved on to pass. Is there a second? Senator Vitelli, seconds. And Jason, could you call the roll? Excuse me, is there any discussion first? Let me just provide that opportunity. All right, hearing none. Jason, could you call the roll?
Senator Lawrence is not present. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart is a yes. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler. Representative Ziegler is not present. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon is not present. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes. There's 10 in favor of the motion. 2 absent. 3 absent, I'm sorry.
Great. Well, that concludes our work on that bill. And I'm going to turn the reins over at this time to Senator Vitelli to chair so I can present another bill, LD 697. Senator Vitelli.
Great. Thank you, Representative Barry. I'm happy to chair this public hearing on LD 697. I understand there's a sponsor's amendment, but we will hear from the sponsor first, and he can walk us through what this bill is proposing. Representative Barry.
Thank you very much, Senator Vitelli and members of the committee. As you know, I'm Seth Barry, representing House District 55, and I'm very pleased to present today the amended language sent out last week for LD 697. The original title of this bill was an act to enhance the energy security of Maine residents, but it really, in its amended form, would go beyond that to gas and water. So a better title to reflect the amendment before you would be an act to reduce risks to Maine's critical infrastructure. As amended, LD 697 will require the Public Utilities Commission to deny any future purchase of a Maine utility by a foreign entity, corporation, or government if it risks losses to reliability, customer privacy and safety, regulatory capacity, and/or our state's economy. As this committee knows better than most, our utilities today provide critical monopoly service on which our lives and livelihoods depend. Even as I speak to you, wars are being fought elsewhere in the world over energy, over gas, and over water. At the same time, at least 2 of our utilities in Maine are today owned by foreign governments, either in whole or in part. This is a new phenomenon. driven by the recent rise of globalization, state-owned enterprises, and state-owned sovereign wealth funds. And here is where we come in, Maine policymakers, as the only authorities chosen by the people to represent their interests. Our laws, written largely in the last century, provide the PUC with no playbook for the present. In the case of Versant Power, through intermediary companies, ownership and control is held 100% by a foreign government. In the case of Central Maine Power, again, through two layers of intermediaries, two of the largest single beneficial owners or shareholders are the governments of Qatar and Norway. We're very fortunate that at present, all of these nations are allies. But once approved, an ownership structure may persist for decades. What happens when what happens when today's ally becomes tomorrow's adversary? Maine law is silent on this point, simply because our situation has no precedent. This bill would not impact CMP or Versant's current structure, to be clear. It's prospective, not retroactive. It protects our critical infrastructure going forward, not only for the security of our electricity, but also our gas, water, and other services. Before approving any change in ownership or control of Maine's critical monopoly infrastructure, it is important that we ask our regulators to carefully scrutinize the potential risks and rewards of the transaction in relation to today's challenging and complex global realities, today's sophisticated and IT-dependent utility infrastructure. By clarifying the guidance we provide to our Public Utilities Commission in judging the net benefit standard for any future utility reorganization, the language before you today would provide for this additional safeguard against unintentional risk. Now, as I mentioned, Versant is today owned by a very friendly foreign government, the city of Calgary in Alberta, Canada. Many of those who helped to win PUC approval for purchase of Emera Maine by Versant, by Calgary really, are here today and will testify on this bill. They may wish to recount their roles in the proceeding and their perspectives. I would welcome that. What I want to call your attention to about that docket is that the Public Utilities Commission Chair Bartlett, I think was very perceptive and wise in asking some tough questions which ultimately were not answered in the docket. He stated in December 2019, starting at page 38 of the record on that proceeding, quote, "How do we value the risks of foreign ownership? It's unquestionable," he continued, "we would all agree that there are certain foreign governments it's unquestionable, I think there's a transcript error. It's unquestionable there are certain foreign governments we would all agree should not own a utility in Maine." And skipping ahead in his statements, should there be any parameters around it? Or is it purely sort of a gut check kind of a thing? Skipping ahead a little further, he stated, "Are there particular concerns we should have about a foreign government of any kind owning the utility?" And just following that, after another brief ellipsis, he stated, and I'll conclude here, "I feel like we are setting a precedent here." Well, members of the committee, in the decision to approve Versant, a precedent was set. Our commission made its best judgment based on the lack of statutory guidance, the utter lack of statutory guidance on these matters. And more than 2 years later, from the time of those prescient remarks by the commission chair, No parameters exist in Maine law, and for that matter, none exist in commission rule. CMP's ownership structure also set new precedents. For the first time, starting back in 2005, a Maine utility was owned by a Spanish-based parent company with significant foreign government ownership. That company had its origins, in fact, in the regime of Francisco Franco. It had significant ownership by a Spanish bank, and since by the government of Qatar and the government of Norway. At that time in 2005 and under later reorganizations, it seemed to our regulators like an okay idea. Certainly nothing conflicted with Maine law. Today, I think we can all look back and see things a little differently with the benefit of 2020 hindsight. We all know today that CMP's distant multi-layered ownership structure has helped to cause massive declines in quality of service, massive increases to the monies exported from our state's economy, and a precipitous drop in customer satisfaction. This ownership structure, indeed, has recently been the subject of an expensive audit at the PUC and is now the topic of an expensive new PUC management inquiry. It's caused us some headaches. Had LD 697 been law before the Iberdrola takeover and the subsequent reorganization in 2013, at least some of the problems we have seen with CMP could doubtless have been avoided. Perhaps, as New Mexico's regulators recently decided, that ownership structure might have been rejected and a better deal pursued. But left entirely without legislative guardrails against foreign government ownership, our commissioners, as I've stated, have struggled. At best, today's arrangement with CMP and Versant's beneficial owners is bad business, a wasteful and costly export of money from our economy. Today, we pay 9 to 12% interest for equity capital that costs foreign governments like Calgary only 2 to 3% to borrow, because in fact, they're not borrowing at equity rates. It's good business for them, and it's bad business for me. But at worst, the unmarked path on which we now wander not only jeopardizes the proper reach of regulatory oversight, but if unchecked, it will also put at risk the very security and safety of our state and its residents in future utility reorganizations. We have many utilities in Maine. They do critical work on our behalf. We depend on them for our lives and livelihoods. Let's protect those utilities and make sure that our commissioners have future guardrails in statute from which to exercise their own best judgment. I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you for listening, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Berry. Are there questions for the representative? Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Berry, for bringing this forward. Just a question. Number one, I look forward to your written testimony being submitted so that we can take a look at it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's coming. It's coming, I promise.
I'm not sure, not having it in front of me, are you making the argument that it is any investor owned, whether it's foreign or not, is bad because of the cost of capital, or is it specifically foreign owned investors?
Thank you for that excellent question. The bill pertains very specifically to ownership by a foreign government or a foreign corporation. And I'm speaking specifically, as you know, to the sponsor's amendment here. The concern is that it is much harder to exercise effective regulatory oversight. It is harder to guarantee the security of that critical infrastructure when the ownership, the true beneficial ownership, the true control comes from outside of US jurisdictional capabilities.
And may I
Is
have
that
one
helpful?
follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
And so when you say that this bill puts appropriate guardrails, are you saying then that the PUC will have the correct information to be able to see, as you said, be prescient in terms of global politics, energy policy, federal regulations, to be able to evaluate risk when a proposed change comes, based on your language in your amendment?
Yeah, so the PUC representative, thank you for the excellent question, would be given some additional things to look at. They will need to look in those instances at how the reorganization will impact customer reliability, how it will impact the security of customers, how it will impact the state's economy, and how it will impact their own ability to effectively regulate. So those are kind of the three prongs to the tests that are identified in the subsections, right? The commission, as always, is empowered, is required really to determine the finer points within the parameters that we set. So at present, the standard is, does this reorganization offer a net benefit to the customers of the utility? And the history there is interesting. In the past, the standard was a no harm standard. The previous legislature changed that to a net benefit standard. It's unclear exactly how much that means. Could you add 2 cents to the deal, in net benefits to the customers, and does that make it rather than no harm, a net benefit? But the commission had that net benefit standard in place when they did their best to interpret it in the Versant Power proceeding that I cited. And in those remarks from the chair, from Chairman Bartlett, what he was really calling attention to was the utter lack of precedent, and indeed the lack of legal parameters from which to judge the specifics of the deal. So if you read forward from page 38 in that proceeding, in that December 2019 meeting, you see a number of stakeholders weighing in, and I'm happy to speak a little bit more about that. But in the interest of time, I'll just say that there was an utter lack of clarity about what precedent was being set and what the standards should be to begin to answer the questions that Chair Bartlett was asking. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Representative Berry? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now turn to others speaking in favor, and I believe we have the senator with us, Senator Rick Bennett. So Jason, if you could ask Senator Bennett to join us, we'll hear from him first, and then there's, I think, 4 or 5 others in the waiting room that we'll get to next. There he is. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Senator Vitelli, Representative Berry, distinguished members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Senator Rick Bennett of Oxford. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Oxford and Cumberland counties in the Maine Senate. I'm pleased to speak in favor of this important legislation, LD 697, this morning. As you know, in the 129th legislature, a law was passed requiring that when there is a change in ownership or control of a utility, the PUC must determine whether there is a net benefit to the public. And as Representative Berry just mentioned, prior to that, there was a no harm standard. In my view, this law does not go far enough in protecting the public interest in the event of foreign ownership. Enacting LD 697 as amended will require regulators to deny utility ownership to distant, self-interested foreign governments and companies if allowing a buyout would hurt the safety, privacy, or wallets of Maine utility customers. Such reform is overdue. Over the years, Mainers have seen their utility providers change hands multiple times. Today, we let foreign governments own our critical utility infrastructure outright, and also let them spend unlimited money to influence our elections. What could possibly go wrong? We know that Versant is 100% owned by the city of Calgary, Canada. Yes, Bangor ratepayers are subsidizing street paving in Canada. And CMP is 100% owned by Avangrid, which in turn is 82% owned by the Spanish conglomerate Iberdrola. Who are the largest owners of Iberdrola? The government-controlled sovereign wealth funds of Qatar and Norway. And by the way, Iberdrola's CEO, Sanchez Galan, is still under investigation in Spain for bribery and fraud. Now, under the rules of the New York Stock Exchange, Avangrid is what's a controlled company, and so it does not need to have a majority of independent directors. As a consequence, the puppet masters of our state's largest utility have no compunction about repeatedly suing the people of Maine, its customers. Our election transmission and distribution utilities, as we all know, are natural monopolies. Foreign ownership of our grid makes no sense. At best, it creates perverse incentives, bad service, and underinvestment in the infrastructure that Maine needs to grow our economy and tackle the challenges of this century. At worst, it's dangerous to our national security as well. If another foreign government wanted to buy CMP or Versant, or a water or telephone or gas utility, what would stop them? Literally nothing in Maine law. I note that the PUC and the public advocate are testifying neither for nor against this bill. That's probably as it should be, because the issues addressed by this bill are not technical or regulatory in nature. They relate rather to geopolitical and social risks best addressed by us, the elected representatives of the people. I urge the committee to pass LD 697 as amended and create real guardrails to foreign ownership of our electric grid. Thank you very much. Be pleased to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions for Senator Bennett? Seeing none, we thank you for being with us here this morning. And Jason, I believe there's another representative in our waiting room, Representative Jennifer Poirier. If you could ask her to join us, please. And then it looks like we'll be able to go to members of the public. There she is. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning, all. I hope you are doing well. Dueling Zooms here, so I apologize for being a little off here. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished colleagues, I am Representative Jennifer Poirier, and I proudly represent the people of House District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and part of Madison. LD 697 is very important to the integrity of critical infrastructure in Maine. For decades, we have heard the pleas to buy local and to purchase items made in the USA. The public utilities of Maine should consider using the same logics and standards. Maine law does not prohibit a public utility from being owned or purchased by a foreign corporation or foreign government. Our current electric utility monopolies are owned by Quebec, Spain, and Qatar, as you've heard. There's nothing in Maine law that would prevent the sale of current utilities to countries like China or even Russia, as long as it's suggested that their rates would not increase. Representative Berry's amendment to LD 697 affords greater protections for Maine consumers. Potential utility owners would be required to show how their acquisition would benefit Maine. The commission would look at the criteria such as lower rates and improved local control, and they would also evaluate potential risks in regard to reliability, privacy, and safety. It cannot be denied that the current public utilities owned by foreign entities have been failing the people of Maine for many years. As representative voices of the people of Maine, it's our duty to provide greater oversight and integrity in the process in which businesses operate in our state. Given the uneasy state of current foreign relations, I would urge you all to vote ought to pass on LD 697 as amended to hold foreign governments accountable. And these foreign corporations, hold them to higher standards. The people of Maine are watching and waiting for us to do the right thing and protect their interests. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being with us this morning. We will now turn to members of the public wishing to speak for, and I have first on my list Wayne Jortner, and then Jason, if you could line up. The next one is Jill Lindsay, and I believe we also have Gary Friedman, and we'll take it from there, but we'll start with those three. So first, Wayne Jortner, is he with us? Moving from different screens here, but I think I see him. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let us know your name and association, where you're from, and your remarks.
Thank you for having me. My name is Wayne Jortner. I'm from Freeport, Maine, and I was employed by the Public Advocate for about 23 years until 2014 when I retired. During that time, I worked on many cases involving reorganizations and mergers under Section 708 of our public utility laws. Reflecting now on that experience, my most significant and lasting impression is that with one or two possible exceptions, Maine was worse off every time the PUC approved a major reorganization that resulted in Maine's ratepayers becoming more distant from the ultimate owners of the new utility corporation. So just a moment of history. For most of its history, the PUC had to follow a standard that was merely finding no adverse impact on ratepayers when it approved major reorganizations or mergers. In 2007, I was asked to testify before the full Democratic caucus considering a bill that would require an affirmative finding of a net benefit to ratepayers. That bill failed by a few votes, I believe, in 2007, and that was in the face of impending important mergers at the time, and those mergers went forward based upon the old no adverse impact standard, which was a very weak standard. But then in 2019, the legislature finally acted and did enact a net benefit standard, which, as Representative Berry said, is just, it could be 2 cents in favor of the net benefit. It doesn't really apply a very strong standard, and I think it needs to be strengthened. So let me give you an example in the telecommunications industry, which I did a little bit more work in than in the electric industry. About 85% of people were served by New England Telephone, which then merged with New York Telephone to form NYNEX, which then merged to become part of Bell Atlantic, which served most of the East Coast, which eventually merged with telecom giant GTE, which was had property all across the country, and that formed Verizon. And each of these reorganizations made Maine dramatically less important to the corporate owners that served them. Not long after Verizon became the owner, it was clear that Verizon had virtually no interest in serving the ratepayers of Maine. And as we know, in order to benefit from a tax loophole, it handed it over to a small, weak utility that was completely unprepared to reasonably serve Maine customers and with disastrous consequences. I suggest that a similar phenomenon is happening in Maine's electric utility sector. Now that CMP's owner is a huge international corporation owned by foreign, private, and governmental shareholders, and Versant is 100% owned by a foreign governmental entity, these distant owners have no intrinsic concern for the welfare of Maine customers or the local Maine environment. Both the boards and the management of these utilities ultimately have a fiduciary duty mainly to their shareholders and not nearly so much to ratepayers. And promises to appoint local board members is a false reassurance because those fiduciary duties remain no matter who's on the board.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, if I could ask you to wrap up shortly here.
Sure, I'll be just another 30 seconds. So in every case, utilities presented very rosy pictures of the benefits of these mergers, and in every case, those benefits did not materialize. The PUC has pretty much approved every utility reorganization plan that has come before it, but the results in hindsight have never been very good for Maine people. So in this case, LD 697, it provides some specific guidance on one particular aspect of the harm that could come to Maine from reorganization mergers, and that's the security risks that flow from foreign ownership of our utilities. So I would urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there questions for Mr. Jordan? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jortner, and thank you for taking me back to the days when you discussed the sequence of events in the telecommunications area. I remember it well, and I would assume that you remember, as I do, that it was government intervention when Marbell, which New England Telephone was part of, was forced to break up, that led to much of what you went through in your dissertation on what's happened with the telephone companies over the years. And as Marbell put a lot of food on my folks' table when I was a kid, I certainly appreciate what has happened in that arena. And I think I at least would go back to say it was the government that started that whole mess. I would ask if you feel the same way about that.
Yeah, I would partially agree with you. A well-regulated monopoly could be a very good system, and that's what we had under when AT&T was Marbell and was the monopoly for the entire country. It worked well because it was well-regulated. Then the government decided to intervene, as you say, and the idea was to create competition, which could be even better than a well-regulated monopoly. Competition, when it works well, is probably the best system. But it backfired, and it backfired because these companies all decided to merge rather than to compete. And we ended up with pretty much a monopoly, but way less regulated than it was before. So we ended up with Verizon and AT&T, a duopoly, which didn't compete that much with each other. They pretty much divided up the territory of the country. So the idea of creating competition by the government backfired, and I would agree with you that that government intervention didn't turn out very well.
Thank you. Representative Foster. Representative Grohowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jortner, for being here and sharing your wealth of expertise with us. I think that the new net benefit standard, which has been discussed, is, I think, better than a do no harm standard, but doesn't have a lot of specificity around it. I think that came through in 2019 and was used for the sale of Emera to NMAX, which is now Versant, and I was a party to that sale and tried to learn how to participate in the PUC through that process. And what I distinctly recall was the Public Utilities Commission staff and commissioners having a lot of challenges around deciding what was a net benefit. Like we said, is it 2 cents or is it how is it significant to people? And so I thought in reading this bill that it sort of flips the script a little bit in terms of thinking about actual benefits that we'd want to see, and then also the specificity around foreign government ownership in Part 3. So my question for you is, do you think that this additional guidance will help the public advocate's office and other people that are trying to advocate for the best interests of Maine ratepayers to get a better outcome in future processes? Or is this not so necessary because the PUC could technically come to these conclusions themselves? Is this going to be a helpful regulatory tool in your view?
Yeah, I think it is helpful because it provides a little bit of specificity and a little bit of teeth to what's otherwise a very vague standard. So, you know, as we've discussed, net benefits or no adverse harm, it's basically a prediction about the future, which is hard to do. And the PUC has a lot of discretion in how to determine what's going to happen in the future. They don't have a crystal ball. So this at least provides some specificity. And what I would love to see the language of this bill strengthened, because I think it would be appropriate to tell the PUC to presume that there's going to be an adverse impact by making Maine a much smaller part of a much bigger utility, and also one that is subject to foreign governmental ownership or foreign shareholder ownership. Those could be presumptions that the PUC could be asked to consider when it weighs the benefits or the harms of any reorganization.
Representative Gohosky, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, and thank you for that clarification. I want to look into that a bit more. I think that could be helpful. I just wanted to also ask you, just thinking about how the PUC is structured, is it, if we don't specifically tell it how to consider ratepayers, does it do that primarily, or is it also interested in balancing the needs of the utilities? I hope that question makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've commented before that, you know, when it comes to rate setting, the statute specifically tells the PUC to look after shareholders' interests at the same time that it looks after ratepayers' interests. So it's not a ratepayer advocate by any means when it comes to rate setting. When it comes to this issue, it's a similar nonpartisan is not the right word, but it's similarly not a ratepayer advocate by any means. Finding no adverse impact to ratepayers is not the same thing as providing affirmative benefits to ratepayers. And what the utilities are presented with are all kinds of promises by utilities about all the benefits that will result from mergers and reorganizations. They put on a great show every time they want to sell a merger and reorganization. And the PUC, in my experience, has generally bought into those promises. You know, Fairpoint was supposed to have like the greatest back-end system to make everything run much more smoothly than Verizon. And that turned out to be completely wrong. It was just the opposite. So the PUC is not, even by this standard, is not going to be a ratepayer advocate. It needs to be told what categories of items are inherently adverse to ratepayers, and foreign government ownership, and in my opinion, just becoming a smaller, more distant part of a big corporation should be deemed automatically adverse impacts.
You're all set, Representative?
Yes, thank you so much.
Are there other questions from the committee for Mr. Jordan? Representative Barry, you have a clarifying question?
Thank you. Not actually a question, but I just want to thank you, Mr. Jordan, for sharing your 23 years of expertise at the Office of the Public Advocate. And we always appreciate those who volunteer their time to give back to their state in that way and to provide their expertise. So thank you.
My pleasure.
And thank you for being with us this morning. Jason, I think next we have Jill Lindsay speaking in favor, and then we'll also go to Gary Friedman if he is still in the waiting room. Can bring him over, queue him up for next. So Ms. Lindsay, if you can introduce yourself, and hopefully, there you go. We can now see you as well.
Senator Vitelli, Representative Barry, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Jill Lindsay, and I live in New Harbor. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network. Our statewide organization is here in support of this important amendment to LD 697. We're concerned that there is currently nothing in Maine law that would prevent a foreign government from purchasing CMP or Versant, or for that matter, a water, telephone, or gas utility in our state. For more than a century, Maine utilities were owned and managed locally. A growing number of Maine citizens, many of whom are unhappy with our current foreign-owned utilities, would like to see us return to more local control. And local control of our utilities makes so much more sense economically for Maine. But at the very least, we should be protecting the security of our invaluable utilities from ownership by a self-interested and potentially hostile foreign government. We ask you to support this important amended version of LD 697. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Are there questions for Ms. Lindsay? Seeing none, we appreciate you being with us here this morning. And we will now turn to Mr. Gary Friedman.
Good
Go
morning.
ahead, sir.
Good morning, members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. Thank you for having me here. My name is Gary Friedman, and I'm speaking for myself this morning, but I have been a member of the Bar Harbor Town Council for 10 years, and my experience comes from having been one of the founders of A Climate to Thrive, which has the objective of making Mount Desert Island energy independent by 2030. And my experience with the PUC and utilities goes to our work here on MDI through Climate to Thrive to bring great quantities of solar energy into the grid and to make other improvements locally that involve interconnection with our utility, which is now Versant. And when NMAX, the City of Calgary's utility, proposed to buy Emera, we were very concerned about what that would mean for the plans that we had for our area. And we applied to intervene in the merger and acquisition case at the PUC to make our concerns heard. And we did testify before the PUC about wanting to see that there would be a benefit from this merger, where we would ask NMAX to be committed to incorporating more solar energy, more renewables on the grid. We asked for their support for a demonstration microgrid project that we have in the works here. And then we ended up signing on to a settlement for the acquisition, agreeing simply that that NMAX would talk with us, would come to Mount Desert Island and hear our concerns. In conversations with the public advocate, who was very interested in our efforts to help meet the governor's climate council's goals of reducing carbon emissions in Maine. He was encouraging us to participate in this merger and acquisition case. And I have to tell you that it's not easy being an intervener at the PUC. It involves many hours of following very dull and drab conversations. And in the end, the PUC didn't really have the teeth to require the kinds of commitment to incorporating more renewables on the grid than NMAX would choose to do. And I want to say that the people at NMAX were wonderful. Some very nice people came down from Calgary and made all kinds of promises and told us all the great things they were doing in Calgary. But in the end, we saw nothing but foot dragging, and I would say a combination of indifference and hostility to incorporating renewables, to interconnecting large solar arrays on Mount Desert Island. So I'm speaking in favor of this bill because I believe that until the PUC has the teeth and the direction to require that foreign companies or corporations benefit Maine ratepayers and communities, that that they will not do that. And that's what we've seen in the case of Versant. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman, and Senator Vitelli will be right back. So I'll just pick up in her absence. Are there questions for Mr. Friedman? Okay, we appreciate your joining us.
Thank you.
And Jason, who's next?
We have Stephen Weems. I'll bring him right over.
Great.
And then there's also Becky Bartokovich.
Okay. So Mr. Weems is up and Ms. Bartovic on deck. And Steve Weems, we can see you. We can hear you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Representative Barry, other members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Steve Weems, Executive Director of the Solar Energy Association of Maine. I want to thank Senator Bennett for his eloquent testimony, and note that we filed written testimony yesterday, and I apologize if we missed a deadline that would have it available for you today, but it is in the queue. The association supports greater scrutiny and the use of higher standards in the evaluation of potential changes of ownership or control of larger electric transmission and distribution utilities as a general matter. LD 697 addresses this need, so we support it. Beyond this, its special focus on utility ownership or control by a foreign government or a foreign corporation seems especially important in a world of increasing strife, energy supply uncertainty, and other results of international turmoil. Sponsor noted this quite well in his introductory testimony. It clearly is time to be looking ahead at potential issues and being proactive to protect the well-being of Maine people. All these factors compel the association to support the sponsor's amendment to LD 697. We agree with the underlying principle that a change of ownership or control of the utility should improve the situation, not just maintain the status quo or avoid worsening it. The status quo, especially as it relates to Maine's two investor-owned electric utilities, is abysmal. These aspects of LD 697 are important improvements over the current law and the limitations of regulatory oversight. The association acknowledges the definition of a foreign corporation or its subsidiaries needs further specificity, and we think the Maine Public Utilities Commission will have difficulty with the conditional subjective nature of the language of section C3. We urge the EUT committee to work on these problematic aspects of the language without diluting the intent of LD 697. I'll stop there and thank you for your service and for listening.
Thank you, and I apologize. The internet fairies kicked me off for a while, but I'm back now. So caught some of what Mr. Weems had to say here. Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us this morning, and we will now go to Becky Bartovic, if I said that correctly. I apologize if not. Please go right ahead.
It's Becky Bartovic, and good morning. Senator Lawrence, actually Senator Vitelli and Representative Barry and members of the EUT. I am testifying on behalf of Sierra Club Maine, representing our 22,000 supporters and members statewide. Founded in 1892, Sierra Club is one of our nation's oldest and largest environmental organizations, and we work diligently to amplify the power of our 3.8 million members nationwide as we work towards combating climate change and promoting a just and sustainable economy. To that end, we urge you to vote ought to pass for LD 697 as amended. Clearly, the lack of oversight of our current foreign-owned utility corporations has impacted the citizens of Maine by increasing profits for overseas shareholders at the expense of costs to our ratepayers and to the service of all users. I'm going to want to say that I very much appreciate, I'm going off message a little bit. I very much appreciate both all of the previous people who have spoken, Senator Bennett, Representative Barry, and others. I think that this is extremely important for us to really tighten up what we have before the PUC, so that the PUC has the tools to look forward in increasingly difficult circumstances, representing the security of our utilities. And we need to do what we can to keep the economy of state of Maine be of consideration. And this bill seems really prescient. Unfortunately, it wasn't put into effect in 2007 and any time prior to this, but moving forward, you know, I think the suggestion that China could purchase this, or Russia, or any other, you know, state could really impact our own abilities to move forward. So I strongly urge you on behalf of the members of Sierra Club to vote ought to pass on LD 697 as amended. Thank you. And also, I very much appreciate this committee and listening to this. It's a really wonderful. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that endorsement. Happy to have you with us today. Are there any questions for Becky Bartovix? Representative Grahowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bartovix, for being here. I just was wondering, you know, whereby I think you think a lot about not only your members as members of your organization, but they're probably all ratepayers of these utilities, or most of them are. I think you've been fairly involved in watching the PUC over a number of years on their behalf. And I wonder, do you have any additional thoughts based on your experience of how we could better ensure that benefits to Maine ratepayers? I mean, I think that the new section of language is really strong, but if you did have any thoughts about what you've seen go down in all those transactions and additional protections, I would be certainly glad to hear them today or later on as a follow-up.
I am not an expert on this at all. Dot Kelly has been Sierra Club's representative before the PUC. I have testified on behalf of ratepayers on North Haven to the PUC because we have a municipally owned utility. But I would like to speak with Dot Kelly about this, and then I would be happy to give you any suggestions that we can work out together. But I thank you for your question. I am fascinated by this. I think it's very difficult. And I think the job that the PUC has before it, you know, is constrained by lack of support. And I think this is a really great step forward. But if we could even tighten it further, as has been suggested, I hope we can do that. So thank you for that question.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for being with us this morning, sharing your thoughts. And Jason, on my list, I don't see anyone else ready to speak in favor, nor do I see any interested in speaking against. So if that's correct, we'll turn to the three individuals who've signed up for speaking neither for nor against. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
I have the same thing on my list. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll next ask William Harward to join us and share his perspective, and then we'll go to the remaining two in the list. Good morning.
Good morning.
Harward.
Apologize. Can you hear me okay?
You certainly can. Sometimes it takes a while to get through that cornhole.
And I got to find the mute and all that good stuff. Thank you. Representative Barry, distinguished members of the EUT committee, my name is William Harwood, and I'm here today as the public advocate testifying neither for nor against LD 1697. While the OPA appreciates Representative Barry's reasoning behind bringing forward this bill and its amendment, we believe it is not necessary. The current statutory standard for PUC approval of proposed reorganizations requires that the reorganization produce net benefits to ratepayers. We believe this standard is broad enough to allow any parties, including the OPA, to raise exactly the type of concerns referenced in 697. Specifically, if we or any other party establishes that foreign ownership of a main utility is likely to harm ratepayers, the commission must consider that finding when weighing all the possible harms and benefits of the proposed reorganization when it reaches its decision whether to approve it or not. Thank you for your time and attention. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions and be available for the work session.
Terrific. So I see a question from Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Harwood, for being here. And I think you have a lot of experience with reorganizations, as I recall. One question I had was, I think it was just last week, maybe, or sometime recently, the days blur, you stated that the OPA was relatively outgunned. Maybe it was even just at the budget hearing. And that it is very hard to go up against these powerful utilities with high-paid lawyers and lots of resources that they can draw from. And so I find it challenging, and maybe you could better explain why it is that you feel that something as vague as net benefits in the regulatory structure we have is something that the OPA can adequately fight for, and especially as pertains to, the maintenance or management and security of our critical infrastructure. I find it hard to reconcile, that statement with your statement today. And so maybe you could give more details about why you think that the OPA can do this adequately for main ratepayers without more guidance from the legislature to the PUC.
Thank you, Representative Grochowski, for a good question. And I want to make sure the committee appreciates what an effective advocate you were for ratepayers in the Versant NMAX reorganization. You demonstrated how parties can participate in that and bring exactly the issues in LD 697. The question of the mismatch of resources between the Office of Public Advocate and the large utilities of the state is a concern of mine and will continue to be a concern of mine. I am going to look carefully at the resources and will be back to you and others in the legislature if and when I determine that we can cost effectively benefit the ratepayers by adding more staff. Right now, we've got a terrific team of 9 people over there who are working really hard every day to represent ratepayers. And I believe that we can do the job. Wayne Jortner, who testified earlier, did a wonderful job for many years of representing ratepayers in proposed reorganizations, and he showed how it can be done. I think we can do that, and we can identify the kinds of concerns that you've raised in this issue and go right at them. If it turns out that foreign ownership is the problem, we will either recommend that the PUC turn down the reorganization, or what is more often the case, we will recommend that conditions be attached to the approval of the reorganization, which address the specific concern, so that we can then get to the point of saying, when you look at it with those conditions, it may satisfy the net benefits test. So I think we have the team and the resources to do this job, but time will tell if we need more.
Representative Grochowski, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I think my follow-up question is, would you not see it as a better and more efficient use of OPA's existing resources, and maybe preclude the OPA from needing to lawyer up even more to fight basically what are, I think we could say, 2 Goliaths at the table when there's a reorganization, one on each side of the equation? by just making it more clear that there are certain things that we do need to have assessed. This bill is not, as I read it, saying that a reorganization could not occur with these entities, but that the PUC must very carefully consider certain characteristics. So I just wonder, would it hurt the OPA to have this language in there?
No, you're exactly right about the two Goliaths. I hadn't thought that's a wonderful analogy. It is the ratepayer against both the purchaser and the seller of the utility, and that does add to the complication. Look, the OPA is going to go hard at any reorganization that's proposed. We are going to turn over every stone we can, and this legislation doesn't hurt it, and that's why I'm neither for nor against. But I don't want to leave the impression that because of this legislation, I'm going to go do an even more thorough job of exploring the reorganization. Look, they come in all sizes and shapes. As Wayne Jortner discussed earlier, Fairpoint was not a foreign corporation or a foreign government. It was a disaster. And whether or not we could have figured that out, and if you go back further in history, some of the owners that have been the most controversial have been right here in Maine. They've been Maine citizens. Senator Richard Berry, if we go back far enough in history, some of you may remember those cases went to the Maine Supreme Court. It was a battle between Senator Berry and the PUC over his holdings of various utilities. General Water.
No relation, just for the record. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. I'm glad for that clarification. But he was also the chair of this committee when he was involved in it. So there's a wonderful history there. But even General Waterworks, Philadelphia Corporation, had lots of controversy as to whether or not their ownership of, I think at one point, 20 odd Maine water companies was serving ratepayers. So we find them in all sizes and shapes. And whatever the purchaser is, will get aggressive and careful scrutiny from this office. And that's why I'm neither for nor against, because I don't think this is going to change the extent to which we do that.
You all set, Representative Grohowski? Okay. Representative Sachs, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you may have just answered this, Mr. Harwood. I was listening and I took Wayne Jortner, not just because he's from Freeport, but the 23 years of experience. And you noted that and saying he was a successful advocate, but he is saying based on that experience that he feels that this is necessary. What I'm hearing from you is, it wouldn't hurt, but it's not really necessary. Is that still your testimony? Just I felt like you had contradicted yourself just a wee bit in that.
I hope I haven't. No, I am strictly neither for nor against. I don't think this bill is necessary. It's well-intentioned and I have no problem. I'm not opposed to it. It is well-intentioned, but my point is that I will, and I think Mr. Jortner would say that he would aggressively represent ratepayers before any reorganization, whether or not LD 697 was enacted into law or not. That is really my point, that I am going to be there aggressively representing ratepayers. And there's all sorts of things out there. I think one of the things you touched on with Mr. Jortner is size. If Maine is being swallowed up by a massive international holding company, that creates risks, whether that massive international holding company is headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts or Madrid, Spain, that creates risk in and of itself in size. The NMAX acquisition had a different issue. That was not the size. NMAX is about the size of CMP, so it wasn't a massive conglomerate. What we had there, and what I think the PUC and the chairman were getting at there, is it created an interesting and new issue as to how to calculate the return on equity, where the parent company was a municipal corporation that arguably had access to capital at very favorable terms, and how that should be factored into the equation. So each one is different. Each one poses its own risks and its own challenges, and we will be there for the ratepayers. And I don't know that the foreign government is any worse, or it is necessarily any worse than some of the other risks.
Thank you.
Representative Vitelli, you are muted.
I'm the problem. Sorry, I was calling on Representative Foster and wondering why he was not going forward with his question because he couldn't hear me. Please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't read your lips. I'm sorry. Thank you, Public Advocate Howard, for being here today. A couple of questions, if I may. First of all, I read your testimony before I received the sponsor's amendment to this. And I just want to confirm that your testimony is addressing not the original bill, but the amendment that we have before us.
That is correct, Representative Foster. I was in possession of the amendment before I drafted my testimony.
Thank you. If I may, Madam Chair. So with that amendment, well, first of all, I'd just like to say my first question, I think you've already touched on through your responses to earlier questions, in that whether this is a foreign entity or a U.S. corporation that we're talking about for any takeover any of these utilities, it sounds like you feel that the Goliath, as Representative Grochowski referred to, still is there, or could be in some circumstances. For example, Fair Point and telecommunications, that type of thing, and that the PUC, even though they may do due diligence, may not foresee problems with either of those companies or foreign or domestic ownerships when something like this is occurring. Is that kind of the gist of what your responses were in that regard?
Well, I think you've raised a slightly different point. I think you got most of it, but I think the point you also raise is we can't always predict how these reorganizations are going to turn out. What we try and do is put conditions to the approval, if that's the appropriate way of addressing them, and then work on those conditions and make sure that they do address them. But at the end of the day, Representative Foster, I think what you put your finger on is regardless of who holds the shares of stock in Versant Power or CMP, and I don't really, it's regardless of who holds it, I am going to hold those two utilities accountable under Title 35A. They are going to make sure their rates are just and reasonable and make sure that their service is safe, adequate, and reliable. And I will be doing that. And so in some sense, once the reorganization is done, we will continue to regulate that utility. And there are all sorts of owners that from time to time have owned Maine utilities. Some of them are passive, some of them are active. At the end of the day, I'm not as concerned about what they're thinking or what they're doing. I'm concerned what the management of the Maine utility is doing. And if I find fault with the management of the Maine utility, they will hear from me, regardless of what they're being told by their upstream investors.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, thank you for restating my question better than I could. So in regards to the amendment, I know that, the Public Advocate's Office has got a little different charge, if you will, than the PUC, certainly when dealing with something like this, but specifically to ratepayers and their interests, and part of the language changes the part of the amendment changes the language to look at such a merger in regards to whether or not the reorganization will result in a rate increase, and it now the amended version states that it will result in lower rates. That seems, along with a couple of other changes here, to what they need to look at as being something that, even if it's achievable, and I would suggest maybe we should add to this bill that the legislature will not pass any bill that raises ratepayer rates. But that seems like a bit of an extreme to me, to suggest that any merger going forward or any acquisition with looking at renewable energy and so on and so forth, that we are going to suggest that we should make sure rates are actually lowered. In other words, if it's rate neutral, so to speak, that doesn't meet this amendment language. I'm just wondering if you could, if you've looked at that, if you agree, or how you think that would affect not only the PUC, but especially your office and the charge that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Foster. Yeah, I think what you're putting your finger on is this net benefits versus no net harm. And this is just another version of that. And it could be problematic for some if in a hypothetical you had the Ohio Teachers Pension Fund selling a main utility to the California Teachers Pension Fund, you would say we shouldn't care much and we shouldn't expect that rates will go down or service will go up. It's the same utility. But the legislature in its wisdom said net benefits, and I respect that, and we will make sure that there are net benefits even in a reorganization like that. And I think in some cases, the extent to which the rates will go down and the length of time the rates will go down may be relatively modest in a situation in which there isn't really a lot of other harm that needs to be offset by those benefits. But the law of the land is net benefits, and that's what we will insist on. And if it means lower rates, if that's how you get to net benefits, so be it.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay. Does any other member of the committee have a question for Mr. Harwood? Seeing none, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Forward to continuing this discussion. And I think we are now joined by Deirdre Snyder from the PUC. And before Deirdre, you jump right in, let me just check with, or ask Jason to be checking to see if there is still anyone in the waiting room who is interested in testifying neither for nor against.
The only other person on my list is not in the waiting room. So
Okay. All right. So Deirdre, you've got the wrap up position here.
I've been in the last position a lot here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Senator Vitelli, Representative Berry, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Deirdre Schneider. I'm the legislative liaison at the Public Utilities Commission, here to testify neither for nor against the sponsor's amendment to LD 697 and act to reduce risks to main critical infrastructure on behalf of the Commission. The sponsor's amendment provided last week makes changes to the minimum factors the Commission must examine when determining if there are net benefits to ratepayers when a reorganization would result in the transfer of ownership and control of a public utility or the parent company of a public utility. The Commission notes that the requirements to consider impacts on rates and local control are already in statute, and therefore the Commission engages in this evaluation envisioned in the amendment. It is important to also note that these are the minimum factors the Commission considers. Therefore, there are likely to be other factors the Commission examines in these instances that would lead to a finding that there are net benefits to ratepayers, or conversely, there are no net benefits to ratepayers if this reorganization were to occur. The sponsor's amendment adds language regarding ownership or control of a utility by a foreign government, foreign corporation, or a subsidiary. It requires the Commission to examine whether the reorganization will avoid the ownership or control in whole or in part of a public utility by a foreign government, a foreign corporation, or a subsidiary of a foreign corporation in a manner that could pose risks at any time to system reliability, customer privacy, or customer safety in the event of international hostilities. At the time the Commission considers approval of a reorganization, it would determine whether there are any significant issues or risks regarding the proposed transaction and would deny the reorganization if significant risks exist. However, it is difficult to predict international circumstances that might develop in the future and how such developments may impact utility finances and operations. In the case of major international circumstances, the federal government would be the entity taking steps to address such circumstances, including the protection of the security of critical energy infrastructure. The Commission does not think these changes are necessary. However, we do not see this amendment as posing a new burden on the Commission, and it is generally workable. I would be happy to answer any questions or bring back additional information for the work session. And I thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Schneider. We always save the best for last, just so you know.
Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Schneider from the committee? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for Ms. Schneider for being here. The senator stole my line, so I won't repeat it. But, Glad to have you here. I'm not sure you heard the questioning I had for the public advocate, but I'll ask you a similar question, and in referring to the amendment to the original bill. And I'll stay away from the foreign ownership portion that would be added to current statute, but the changes in statute, I'm wondering if the PUC sees them as maybe going a little too far or causing some issues with meeting them. The first would be that the organization will result in lower rates, and the second, in item C2, would be that the reorganization will result in a greater local control and improve the ability of local management to protect the interests. I'm wondering if you would comment to whether or not the PUC sees them as being more restrictive or too restrictive beyond what statute already requests and charges the PUC and allows the PUC to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think, it's important to note that these are the minimum factors that we have to consider in these reorganization instances. And so, there could be an instance where maybe the reorganization would result in higher rates, but there's so many other benefits that we could find that there's a net benefit. Or conversely, that it would result in the lower rates, but maybe it would be, greater control outside of the locality or something. So we don't think it's too restrictive. I think we engage in a very similar sort of analysis already. And where these are minimums, there could be several other factors that we consider so that, if you don't meet C1 or C2, it doesn't automatically mean that we have to deny the reorganization. Or if you do meet C1 or C2, doesn't mean you automatically approve the reorganization. So it's, you're looking at a big picture. These are our very case specific determinations. And so there may be other factors that we consider in our decision making.
Follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And also, Ms. Schneider, in looking at a reorganization, and I'm looking at, I guess, not only this statute, but how law would see the PUC, whether you're looking at a domestically owned corporation that has put in a reorganization plan for purchase of any of our utilities in the state. As far as I know, these utilities are, even though some are regulated monopolies, they still are independent companies, if you will. And I'm wondering, is there room there for the PUC to discriminate against a company, say, from the other side of the border in Canada, putting in a reorganization plan for purchase of one of these utilities versus a domestic company? Do you see that as a legal issue that this may in fact step over, if you will? Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I get your question. So are you saying the addition of C3 on looking at, how it would impact if it's foreign ownership may be discriminatory against that foreign ownership versus if it's, another domestic entity proposing it? So we're not looking at the same things to say, if somebody from Pennsylvania is proposing a reorganization, we're not necessarily looking at those reliability issues or that. Is that what your question is, just to be clear?
Well, pretty much you're there. It's more about the constitutionality of the PUC having that privilege, if you will, to discriminate between a foreign company in say Canada or a domestic company that's put in a proposal. Thank you.
I'll answer this as I'll get back to you if I have some further guidance or somebody has a different opinion, but I'll say that I think, as it's drafted, it's not saying that we have to deny it because it's foreign. We're just looking to say if they're foreign, we're wanting to make sure that ownership doesn't pose a risk or impede the ability of the commission to exercise its powers or duties. I think if it was written a little differently, maybe like had Mr. Jortner suggested, it would be an automatic finding if there was foreign ownership that would be adverse. I don't know if that would raise particular issues. I would have to look into that further. So on its face, I'm not sure. If that raises, the way it's written is rises to the level of being sort of a discriminatory provision. Because again, it's a minimum, and it's not saying that we have to find that the reorganization cannot occur simply because they're foreign. It's just we have to examine these pieces to ensure that, that our ratepayers are protected. But like I said, I will come back. I will definitely ask that question with our legal team just to ensure that they agree with that analysis. And if they have a different answer, I'll bring it back to the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Sachs, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Ms. Schneider. I
Thank
just
you.
want to clarify, because the language in the amendment and from the proponents' arguments is saying that this isn't just something that you can do right now. Your testimony, which I read prior, said that this is in statute already. We already taken these factors. What this bill proposes to do, from my understanding and listening this morning and reading the testimony, is it's a more affirmative and instructive set of circumstances, so that in one of the most impactful, saying that the PUC's evaluation will result that part of your assessment has to be, will this lower rates? Not just will it result in an increase, but will it lower rates? Will it result in greater local control? So that would be an affirmative factor in your assessment. And then also that there's this foreign component. So there's actually three parts of it. And are you saying that the PUC doesn't mind, or would this change your assessment, or is it just make work? Because it feels to me like this is more of a directive as opposed to what's currently in statute per your testimony.
Thank you for that question. I mean, I obviously it is more directive because it provides more specificity. But again, like I stated earlier, the way the statute was originally structured, there were minimums that we had to look at. So we had discretion in looking at a whole universe, a whole suite of potential things. So we weren't precluded from looking at these things. We could look at those things under the current law. We do look at rates. Maybe we didn't look at it in the context of the way it's written. It says now that it would result in a rate increase, but we would look at that rate question currently under the current law of what will this do to rates? What will that do to local control? And make a determination, does all those factors together result in a net benefit? If so, reorganization is to occur. If it doesn't, reorganization will not occur. So yes, it is more directive. Obviously, it has more things that we're supposed to look at this, and this, including whatever else we think is important to look at. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that it necessarily creates more work. I wouldn't say that, it changes the game that much. That's why I think we think it's workable. We're not 100% sure it's necessary because it is minimums. And so we can consider lots of factors.
Right. And if I can just clarify, Madam Chair, for 1 second, is it that these now will hold more weight within that rubric, or because again, I think it's a significant change about whether it will lower rates or whether it will be just an increase, a rate increase. So if you're saying affirmatively that X plan would lower rates regardless of some of these, does that put it higher in your rubric of assessment if it's in statute like this, those three sections?
I will come back if there's, again, the caveat answer. I'm not sure there's, necessarily a rubric that if you meet one, that has more value to it than if you meet something that we determine outside of the scope of the statute, or if you meet two, I don't think these are valued in a way that you have to, this has more weight in this way. We're looking at a big picture, and we're assessing all the parts of that picture to say, at the end of the day, taking all these components, including these things in statute and whatever else we look at, would that reorganization result in a net benefit? So I don't think there's a weight value to certain things. I think this is just instructive. As a minimum, we have to consider these three things. These are important things to consider, but there's many factors in these determinations. It's not quite so, couple of points of a matter. I mean, I think there's a lot of factors that are considered when we're looking at these reorganizations. So I don't want to say there's a higher weight because this is written here that way. But it is instructive that obviously the legislature wants us to look at this, and it's important to evaluate these things in the context of a reorganization where there's a change in ownership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Barry. You have a
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Deirdre, thank you for your comments on this bill. I wanted to share what I hope to accomplish with C1 and C2, because that's been talked about a lot here. The low, rate increases to lower rates and loss of local control versus greater local control. My intent with that language was really just to better reflect. Really, it's more grammatical than anything else. It's to better reflect that our change to a net benefit standard is meant to shift it from lack of negative to presence of positive, right? So that was really all that I was trying to accomplish with that portion of it. Just putting things in a positive frame rather than a negative frame. But at the end of the day, it doesn't. I didn't intend to change how the commission would work. Those sections of law, those basic standards that they have to examine and consider in determining that benefit. So, given that was my intent, would you say that that this language is in keeping with that intent? In other words, that it's a shift that from that essentially just reflects the net benefit, and the determination of whether the rates are going to go up or down is just another factor that you're going to consider anyway.
Yeah, yes, I would agree. I mean, I think we're looking at rates. Will they go up? Will they go down? Okay, we have that check mark of what we do in analysis. Okay, we're going to look at all these other pieces as well, and sort of determine if overall there is a net benefit or not. So I don't think that 1 and 2 result in a dramatic change to how we do things. And I think that was part of sort of our testimony of, it's not 100% necessary because we sort of engage in these already, and it's not really changing what we do. It's just being more instructive in some sense.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions for Ms. Snyder from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. And Jason, just check one last time if there's anyone left in the waiting room who wishes to testify either for or against this legislation.
Madam Chair, if I may, I have received a message from the Dr. Gordon Weil, the Maine's first public advocate, that he is unable to join us regrettably, but wishes to direct our attention to his written testimony.
Great, thank you. Yes,
Thank you
I
very
saw
much.
that in the list. Don't know if anybody else is present. We always can go back and look at what's submitted as written testimony, because we do indeed encourage people to submit written testimony. So Jason, one last check. Anybody still waiting?
I don't see anyone and I don't see any hands.
Okay. Then I would say that we have completed the public hearing on LD 697, and I apologize, I don't have the proposed amended new title, but the existing title, An Act to Enhance the Energy Security of Maine Residents, is now closed.
Wonderful, and thank you so much, Senator Vitelli, for chairing that public hearing, and members of the committee for sticking with it. We are just about at 11 o'clock and scheduled to take up additional business at 11:30. So this is a great time for our morning break. And if folks want to go until 11:30, that for a little break and possibly caucuses, if you wish to do that, that would make some sense to me. Any discussion or feedback on that? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just looking for some clarity on what legislative meeting means on the budget item discussion. Are we working it or?
Thank you. And we do need to provide some feedback to the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. So my thinking is that we take that up at 11:30, give the committee a break. It is past our usual nap time, and make sure that we do dispense with that important work before proceeding to the rest. Lindsay, do you have any concerns about doing things that way?
Nope, sounds good, because we do have individuals here from Efficiency Main Trust and Office of Public Advocate, Governor's Energy Office. So just wanted to clarify.
Great. If folks would prefer, we can certainly shorten the break right now, just keep it to 15 minutes and then take a longer lunch break. But I don't see any major objections to going till 11:30. So why don't we do that? If folks have any need to caucus, I would definitely encourage checking in, and that'll make the afternoon more efficient as well. So very good. Let's turn off our video and audio, and see you back here at 11:30. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. And if folks could turn their video on again, that'd be great. We'll be diving into supplemental budget work. Okay, and this is a continuation of a meeting, so I'm not concerned about quorum. I think if it comes to a vote, then we'll need a quorum at that point. But in the interest of time, Lindsay, can you orient us as to our duties with respect to the supplemental budget?
Absolutely. So there was a joint public hearing on the elements of the budget that sort of touch on EUT on 4th. And I sent around this morning the materials associated with the budget for discussion. So I figured what I would do is share my screen. We would walk through each initiative, and we've got representatives. We've got Efficiency Main Trust, the Governor's Energy Office, and the Office of the Public Advocate all have budget items. So it's, there's only 3 on here, so it's kind of up to the committee how you wanted to proceed. But essentially what you'll have to do is vote for whether you recommend for this to be included in the budget. So it's something we could do one at a time or do it all at once. It's up to you. And I will be handling the telling of the votes for this. So
why don't we do each item separately, just in case there are objections on any particular item or differences of opinion.
Excellent. All right, so if you're ready, I'll share my screen.
Great.
Okay. So please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with Efficiency Main Trust. So this initiative provides one-time funding to support electric vehicle rebate programs, including incentive programs. This is a $7 million allocation. This initiative supports electric vehicle rebate programs, including incentive programs. Funding is a one-time transfer of the general fund unappropriated surplus. Efficiency Main Trust calculates that currently available funds in this program will be fully expended by the summer of 2022. I am going to scroll through to the last page. So here we have the associated language. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, on or before June 30th, 2022, the state controller shall transfer $7 million from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the Efficiency Main Trust, other special revenue funds to account to support electric vehicle rebate programs, including incentive programs. Let's scroll back up. And I believe if the committee has questions, Michael Stoddard is available.
Okay.
And
Are
with that,
there, yep. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Stoddard? I know many of you were able to attend last Friday, which is great. We did talk about this at that point. Okay. Seeing none, Lindsay, why don't we move on to the next? We'll come back and vote individually on these items, but I want to make sure that we do have a senator at that time.
Understood. Okay. Bear with me. I will share my screen again. Okay. So next up is the Governor's Energy Office. First initiative continues and makes permanent 1 limited time public service coordinator 2 position previously continued by financial order. I won't read the number. The justification, this initiative continues and makes permanent 1 limited time position to provide a director of the Governor's Energy Office. The director is a key member of the GEO and will provide support and administration of a federal grant awarded by the Department of Commerce. This position will continue to develop an offshore wind economic roadmap for the state of Maine. And then in the second initiative, continues and makes permanent 1 limited time public service coordinator 2 position previously continued by financial order. I'll skip the number. This initiative continues and makes permanent 1 limited time position to provide a solar and storage analyst in the Governor's Energy Office. This position provides solar and storage policy as a component of Maine's clean energy economic future and manages resources to the benefit of Maine ratepayers. Funding for this position is provided by a grant from the United Nations Foundation. So scroll back up a little bit so you can see the dollar amounts. So for each initiative, it's $139,116. And I'll pause here. Does anyone have any questions for me? And I believe that Mr. Burgess is here as well.
See no questions for Lindsay. I do have a question for Director Burgess. So Jason, if you could bring him in, that would be great. Welcome. And did you have an initial comment? I think I saw your hand up, so I just wanted to make sure to recognize you if so. Okay.
I was just making sure that I could be seen in the Zoom world for.
Good idea. Director Burgess, my question goes to the existence of other bills in other committees that may impact your budget, and those could be potentially, dealt with off the table if necessary. But I just wondered, if just for the committee to kind of have the big picture, can you speak to any other legislation that might require additional appropriations for the GEO?
Thanks, Chair Bear. I'm happy to. Some of it is obviously speculation, given that a lot of the committee work is even happening parallel to this one. As you know, there's a bill related to ag and solar overlap that I think right now appears to potentially have a position for our office related to tracking and creating a database to better track kind of where energy projects are, where they exist, and the potential impacts to or kind of what land they are on. So that is one. Then there are other bills. Well, that's the one that comes to mind, I guess, in other committees. I think for this committee, there's, we're going to talk about Northern Maine this Thursday, and if additional, analysis or focus is desired by the committee, it could be a question. So those are the two that come to mind, and I guess the third would be any potential additional funding that may be needed if there's additional analysis for the distributed generation group. But those are the three that come to mind most for me right now.
That is very helpful. And I believe ACF is voting on that solar siting and land use bill today, or at least it's on their agenda for work session. So depending on where that goes, if that comes out unanimous, but then it needs to be funded off the table, it makes that work a lot harder to accomplish. So, I guess, I wanted to make sure the committee was aware of the existence of that. And, full disclosure, I'm the sponsor of that bill. So, we may or may not want to weigh in on it, but I think the importance of that legislation, which I've been working on with both the GEO and also the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry and other groups, is the land use impacts of our energy infrastructure as we make the transition to clean energy, the support for municipalities that are trying to figure out how to create municipal ordinances that address this new reality, the sort of overlay of mapping of grid infrastructure and existing energy projects, proposed energy projects, soil types, what's prime farmland, what's not, where do we have brownfields, where is there evidence of PFAS contamination, all of these things are included in that work, and it's pretty complex, and I would suggest pretty important as well as we make this transition. So I think if that committee, if the ACF committee decides to report that bill out and recommend this position, this additional work or funding rather for the GEO that would be entrusted with that work, the committee might want to flag its opinion, maybe its general opinion about the importance of that funding in its letter to appropriations. And there may be other things. I guess I didn't hear too much that's not coming from our committee anyway. But I just wanted to make sure to flag that for our consideration. Any other thoughts or questions for Dan? Okay, so Lindsay, if the committee, the committee has a number of options pertaining to this item, the GEO budget. We can recommend that it be approved as submitted. We could recommend that it be approved with less money attached, or we can recommend that it be approved with more money attached. And that those positions can also be contingent on the passage of other legislation. So I just wanted to flag that, and I want to suggest that we consider the nuances of our letter, our advisory letter to ACF. To AFA. Any other discussion on this item? And we will come back to it because we're going to go through each of them and then vote individually, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, let's go on to the next item.
Okay.
And thank you, Director Burgess, by the way.
Okay, last item is the Office of the Public Advocate. This initiative establishes one Office Specialist 1 position to bring the staffing level to 10 employees as authorized in Maine Revised Statutes 35A, Section 116, subsection 8, and provides funding for related all other costs. So that is $87,000. With that, I will stop sharing my screen on this one. I did want to flag for the committee, there was a question at the public hearing with AFA about this specific initiative and whether it had been voted on, and that this was excluded from the budget based on a AFA vote. So that's why it was not included back in June. So.
Thank you. And it sounded like that vote may have been inadvertent.
That's
no.
The AFA affirmatively voted to not include this in the budget.
Ah, got it.
So it was voted on.
Okay.
But I know Mr. Harwood is here and can certainly speak to this further.
Yep. Great. All right, questions for Mr. Harwood? Anybody want to ask anything of him? He did speak to it last Friday. Okay. Seeing no, Representative Sachs.
Yeah, actually, I was just checking my notes off screen because there was a lot of papers flying around. I have it written down as it was inadvertently left off. And so, Lindsay, you're saying now that that's not true?
That is not, it was not inadvertently, it was not included in the budget because there was an affirmative vote to not include it.
Okay, so that is different than we heard at the public hearing from the advocate. Do we want to bring in the advocate and ask?
Sure, we can do that. And while Mr. Harwood is coming in, I do want to just share that in my almost 14 years now in the legislature, it's sometimes hard to tell whether a vote is inadvertent or not.
Right. But my understanding is, if I could, Lindsay, if I can confirm with you prior to Mr. Harwood being in here, is on the papers that we have, it says that it brings to staffing levels to 10 employees as authorized in the statute. So it sounds like, and I can confirm this, Mr. Harwood, since you're here, it sounds like you are asking for this position to be included to bring the staffing level up to what is authorized, but that this may not be an inadvertent move. It was an affirmative move.
Yes, thank you, Representative Sachs. The way you describe it is exactly right, and I want to apologize to the committee. The word inadvertent was probably not the best choice of words. It was inadvertently used in this case. We don't know what the motivation was. I'm told by from my predecessor, Public Advocate Hobbins, that there was apparently some hope, expectation, or understanding that the position would get authorized, and when the final budget was voted out, it was not. Far be it from me sitting here today to suggest what the motives were for that vote. So I apologize for the confusion that we created, but we do need that 10th position. It was something that we hoped to have before, and we're hoping now to have. And so that person can join us this summer and start representing ratepayers.
Great. Any other questions, Representative Sachs? Other questions or discussion? Yeah, I'll just say that, as the committee knows, this funding does not come from the general fund, and it's always a little puzzling to me, what goes on at the Appropriations Committee with respect to this world, the world we live in. But whatever did happen over there last June, I am very, very convinced that whether you're up against one Goliath or two, or who knows, maybe three, it's pretty important to have a public advocate. And I'd like there to be some robust staffing there. So I'll certainly be voting to approve this item and strongly recommend.
Thank you.
That it be continued. Other discussion? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Harwood. And Lindsay, anything else in the supplemental budget? You're muted.
It's bound to happen at some point. There's nothing else. So if there's more discussion, if the committee wants to vote, just let me know.
Great. We hope to be rejoined by a senator. Senator Vitelli apparently has lost both internet and power. And I think she's on the phone with the electrical utility for Rousick at this moment to try to figure out what's happening. So she won't be able to join us to vote. So the only thing that we can do with these items, having discussed them and without a senator, is to table. And at this time, I would be happy to entertain a tabling motion.
So moved.
It's been moved to table by Representative Wadsworth. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Kessler. And all those in favor of tabling? Okay. All right, it's unanimous. So the supplemental budget will be tabled. It's good to have it kind of all on the table, so to speak, in terms of the issues and the possible decisions of the committee. And with that, we have a number of work sessions scheduled for this afternoon. And again, we're able to continue discussing bills. We just can't vote on them until we have at least one senator or the approval of the president of the Senate to go ahead and vote. And I think I will ask our committee clerk to just let the president of the Senate know that we are without a senator, and it would be helpful to have that permission. Jason, do you have the number?
Sure, I'll let them know.
Great, thank you so much. And we'll move forward. The bills, how are they advertised? Lindsay, which bill do we have listed first?
Let me take a look. So on the website, they're showing up as LD 170, followed by 1079. These may just be numerical order though. 170, 1079, 1202, and then 1587.
Great. And the bill, I do believe that there's been some work done by sponsors or other parties on a few of these. So I think it would be helpful to hear from those individuals who, whether it's the sponsor or someone else has been working on the bills. The one that I think might be easiest to take up at this time and to, oh no, sorry, we can't vote. I don't want to take up the easy ones because we'll have to vote on them. Let's take up a hard one. So I would love to know, Representative Wadsworth, would you be willing to give us an update on 1202, and we could just briefly go into work session on that? And see how far we can get with it?
Only if Rep. Grahowski will join me.
Okay, Representative Grahowski, is that a deal? All right, that's a thumbs up. So the chair will lay before the committee LD 1202 and begin by recognizing the sponsor to give us any update that he has.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had a lot of great feedback from the work session, if you can recall, and was that a week ago today, I think. And afterwards, Rep. Grahowski contacted me and just had a few concerns and thought we could make the bill better. So I put her in contact with the Maine Forest Products Council, and if she could actually highlight what they kind of accomplished over the last 4 days, that'd be great.
Thank you, Representative Wadsworth. Representative Grahowski, over to you.
Thank you so much, and special thanks to Representative Wadsworth for encouraging me that the ideas had some merit and that I ought to pursue them, and putting me in touch with Mr. Strauch. I guess, so there is some language that has been sort of circulated between those parties and the governor's energy office to take a look at, but I don't think we have that. I'm not sure if Lindsay has received that or not. So what I could do is just let you guys know verbally what the changes are, if that makes the most sense, and then just explain why they're there and what the intent was to accomplish them. So I guess I would say the changes sort of surround this question of how can we design this policy to meet one of the goals that I heard a lot about, which was making sure that manufacturing residuals are sort of going to their highest and best use to create energy through a CHP program or facility rather than going to the landfill or maybe being burned in a less efficient way. So, and additionally, efficiency of the units was a thing that was discussed, I think, amongst some members. And the third thing was trying to ensure that this was in line with the climate action plan, because this was a recommendation of the energy working group and it is in the climate action plan, but there was some specificity within the energy working group that didn't make it through the plan that we wanted to try to incorporate here as well. So that's sort of the overarching picture of what we were trying to accomplish in the conversations and the outcome. And Lindsay, don't worry too much about taking notes on what goes where, because it is written, but I'll just share with you all the general concept. We, in the part where we say why the program is established, we added language to emphasize that this is in support of the climate action plan, the 2020 plan, so that the PUC will keep in mind that that is sort of where the source of this was from. In the section on program eligibility criteria, that currently includes that is at the baseline that the CHP unit must be connected to the grid, must have an in-service date after October 1st, 2021. That I don't know if we want to change. I think Lindsay maybe had flagged that for us, but so that's what's in there right now, as well as satisfying the limits that there must be between 3 and 10 megawatts. And what we've added to that is that either these would be installed in a new manufacturing facility or designed to be more efficient per unit of energy produced than the plant that is being replaced. So the idea is that we are trying to lock in higher efficiency than what we have now in the case that this is a transition for an entity to switch to CHP. So that's sort of the baseline that we're setting around efficiency for the program. And then the final set of changes is in the section on the commission's considerations when looking at bids for this program. And I think you might recall, since it was only a week ago, although it feels like longer, I had some questions around, was there a way to structure this section to help the PUC determine which of these criteria were more important to us for this program? And so I worked with Forest Products to basically split this into 3 buckets. So the considerations are essentially what you've seen already. but now they are split into a 30% weight toward efficiency, a 40% weight toward the total cost of the project, and then the other factors are grouped together at 30% weight. And the reason that we did this was because we believe that this will help the PUC choose projects that are economically and energy efficient as a top priority, an overarching priority, giving those together 70% of the score. And then the final change within this is that in order to really emphasize that we would like to see waste reduction and diversion happening, we've added a sentence under other factors that the PUC should consider the design of the project to meet the state's waste reduction and diversion priorities, probably with a cross-reference to Title 38, including but not limited to the proximity of the project to the wood fuel derived from manufacturing residuals. And the point of that is that we would really like to see these facilities located where the waste streams are, because that will, I mean, I think that's what will happen anyhow, because that would be the most economically efficient, but we just wanted to make sure the PUC understood that part of the reason for this program is really that diversion of manufacturing residuals into a CHP program or facility. So those are the changes that we came up with after a lot of discussion and certainly a lot of learning on my part. There were parts that I had wanted to adjust, but as I understood implications of that more, I thought that these were better policy solutions to allow these facilities to have access to materials they might need to be economically viable and adjust their production of energy based on what's changing for their fuel sources, for instance. And I think a little bit of flexibility where I was myself being a little more rigid does make sense to me. So this is sort of, I'm not going to bring you all through the thought process and the learning process, but this is what I've come up with and discussed with others who have a little more knowledge about CHP than I do. So I had fun with it. I thank you all for the additional time to let me explore some of these ideas, and to Rep. Wadsworth for encouraging that as well. Thanks for listening to my long preamble here.
Great.
Your input was absolutely appreciated, and it's a more refined and targeted bill with the further work. So thank you, Nicole.
Great. Nice to see some movement towards an agreement here. Is there discussion or questions for either the sponsor or Representative Grahowski? Representative Kessler.
Just a quick question. Is there like written changes that you could share with us?
Anyone want to take that?
Well, I guess I would say I do have like a written version, and I think it's the one that we have consensus on.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'm allowed to screen share, or if I should just email it over to Lindsay and she can show it really quickly. And
why don't you go ahead and email it to the analyst?
Okay, I'll do that.
That'd be great. I'm a very visual learner.
And
while we're waiting for a senator, right?
Yeah. We may have a senator, at least by phone, shortly, but I'm working on it. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, while we're utilizing this time, I believe Mr. Hudson is in attendance, and I was wondering if I could pose a question to him concerning possibly these changes and his earlier testimony on this.
Yes, you may. Jason, could we bring in Mr. Hudson? Here it comes. All right, go ahead, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Chair Barry, and thank you, Mr. Hudson, for being here. In written testimony that the committee received on the original bill, Mr. Buxton, I believe, at least his name was on it, stated that he had great concerns with the potential cost to ratepayers that this bill would have, and I have great concerns that any increase in ratepayers' costs need to be looked at very carefully. However, my understanding, there are a couple of changes, one of which is, as I understand it, a cap of 10 cents maximum per kilowatt hour placed in this bill. And also potentially some of the changes that Representative Grochowski just discussed that have occurred that may put to rest some of the concerns that Mr. Buxton voiced in his testimony. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts now on what we hope to see before us here shortly, that the new amended version looks like. I'd appreciate any help you can offer me there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Foster. For those listening online, I am Stephen Hudson. I'm an attorney with Purdy Flaherty. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Industrial Energy Consumer Group. And in fact, we did oppose this bill as printed because of those very reasons that Representative Foster mentioned. However, we think that the proponents of the bill and Representative Wadsworth have worked very collaboratively with others to try to address the concerns that were raised at the hearing. In addition to the hard cap on the price, I think there was also the sponsors amendment that I saw had reduced the total megawatts in the program to a total of 20 instead of 50. And that of course lowers the cost significantly, the potential cost significantly. And I think that there are other elements in the bill, in the sponsors amendment, that give the PUC the ability to determine that any specific project is not in the public interest. And in fact, if they decide that all of the proposals that might be received as a result of this bill don't meet, they're charged to find a determination of public interest, that those will be rejected, and then they'll redo the RFP. I believe that's correct. I appreciate the efforts of all parties, including Representative Wadsworth and Representative Grochowski and the members of this committee and the proponents of the bill, including the Forest Products Council, for their efforts to address concerns raised by others.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Hudson, so in Mr. Buxton's original testimony, he raised great concern about the possibility or the likelihood that any of these projects would have the capability of taking advantage of net energy billing, which, as you may have heard in the past, I'm greatly concerned about costs to ratepayers that would bring about. However, as I understand it, this new language in the bill may negate that, or is that still a concern? Thank you.
Thank you. I have not seen the final language, Representative, but I think that the fact that the size limitations are 3 to 10 megawatts would, and given what this committee did with LD 960 last session, would make it highly unlikely that any specific proposal under this program would enter into net energy billing. In fact, if they're bidding in a contract with the PUC for a long-term contract, they're not going to be also able to enter into NEB, is my understanding.
And finally, if I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Hudson, and this is, there may not be a clear answer to this, but my understanding with the cap that we're looking at, this bill, part of the original intent in writing it was to possibly offer these opportunities in some parts of northern Maine. And but wherever they may be placed, if they in fact were built, it would seem that most of the renewable energy they're competing against, the actual kilowatt hour cost to ratepayers for those other facilities, such as a wind project, are going to most likely be greater than what these plants would be allowed by the PUC. Is that, am I correct in that?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about, because you're talking, in this case, we're talking about, in essence, sawmill-sized biomass cogeneration projects. And and if you think about it, they're the in-between the small, what is now developing into the smaller NEB projects, certainly 5 megawatts or less, but I think what we're going to see is an increasing number of those going forward are going to be 2 megawatts or less as a result of LD 960 last session. And then comparing them to the grid scale, which, hopefully are going to be larger. Maybe they're, at least 20, maybe 30 or 40 megawatt projects. And those are the ones that, especially in northern Maine, that the IACG believes will be able to very cost effectively provide renewable energy for Maine. So I think that while it's no secret to anyone who's watched IACG's position on this, that we oppose the pricing of NEB at what is now going to be close to 19 cents. We think that this particular bill does a lot of good things for the forest products industry, for rural manufacturing in general, and I think it's very consistent with the goals that the Maine Climate Council set forward in its plan that was submitted to the legislature and released by the governor.
So am I to understand then that the position that Mr. Buxton conveyed to us in his earlier testimony has now changed?
Yes, the IECG has switched its position from opposition to this bill to support of the sponsors amendment as further amended by the discussions that Representative Grochowski and Representative Wadsworth and the Forest Products Council have engaged in. We obviously would like to see the actual language, but what we heard sounds good to us.
Well, so would I. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Mr. Hudson or discussion with him? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you.
And we will move on to view the language with the assistance of our analyst.
Okay.
Keeping in mind that this is a very rough draft that the analyst has not had a chance to look over and put into more refined form. And I'm going to recognize Representative Grochowski in case she wants to comment on this language.
Thank you, Chair Barry. I was just going to say exactly that, which is it has not been through the good process that Lindsay does for us. And I don't know if there are any kind of versioning issues or anything. So it's really only the things that are highlighted that are the changes that we need to look at to get integrated.
Okay, we'll look at the highlights. And that would be for anything that was crossed out or added? Representative Grochowski?
Correct. Yeah, any changes from what Rep. Wadsworth proposed last Tuesday are in highlight.
Great. Do you want to walk us through those highlights briefly, just to sort of signal again what you're doing in each of these places, or would you like to see if our analyst can do that?
I'm happy to do it just because I feel like it's unfair to ask Lindsay to do that if she hasn't seen it, but for a couple minutes. And I will do a much shorter version than what I just gave you. So the first part is just reiterating or emphasizing that this is related to the climate plan. I don't know that we can actually reference the climate plan in that way in statute. So I think that Lindsay will probably have a hand in fixing that reference to be appropriate. But that's what that is. If you can scroll down. This is the addition in the program eligibility criteria of that sort of lower bar that we're setting for efficiency here in the new letter D that I discussed. And that language was adapted some from sort of hard to figure out how to fit it in, but the Energy Working Group had put forward some general language around comparing the plant to be replaced with new facility at an existing facility. So we're trying to work that language into here. That's what happened with the letter D. And then the last part here, it's all highlighted because that was a restructure of this section. But the language for A and B are the same. And the only change within C is the addition of that content in letter A. So as I mentioned, we're divvying it up 30% for efficiency, 40% for cost, and then everything else is under an additional 30%. And so that first 1A is the only change, which is basically that reference to wanting to, preferring projects, all else being equal, that are following the waste management diversion priorities that we have in a different section of statute, AKA the waste management hierarchy, and then adding that bit about, the proximity of the location to the wood fuel for manufacturing residuals being a consideration. So that the only language change is in A, CA. And I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Grochowski. Any questions from the committee on those changes? And Lindsay, just on at first glance, anything that that you see as requiring clarification in order to complete the drafting?
No, I think what I would ask is if I'd like to have a little more time with it, but if I can come back with any questions, nothing's jumping out at me. How about that?
No problem. Great. Just a reminder, if you are an attendee, since we're in work session, we generally don't bring you in. I do see a hand raised. If a committee member wants to hear from a member of the public, any interested party, we certainly will ask for information from you, but we're unable to take additional unsolicited testimony at this time. However, you can submit written testimony at the legislature.gov website. Just go down to testimony at the bottom right of the screen. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I see that PUC is in attendance. I'm not sure that I don't know how much purview they've had with this particular amendment and everything, but I would at some point like to know from them what they think of this, the changes that were made, and how it will affect or how they will be able to administer it. Thank you.
Great idea. Let's bring in Jason, both Deirdre Schneider and also Mitch Tannenbaum. And Representative Foster, you want to just leave it with that open-ended question? What do they think, or do you want to put any finer point on it?
I'm pretty good with that. What they think of the bill as it currently stands, as we understand it's been amended, and how they, any concerns or other thoughts they may have on it. Thank you.
Great. Deirdre, Mitch, up to you. Who takes a stab at that first?
Mitch, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Representative Berry, members of the committee. Mitch Tannenbaum, I'm senior counsel with the PUC. Looking at the changes, I don't think it would affect the commission's ability to do what's contemplated in the amended bill. So I think our initial testimony still stands on that.
Great. Any follow-up, Representative Foster?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Tannenbaum. I'm wondering if you agree with some of the opinion, I'll call it, that's been offered that we would not be likely to see any of these projects fit in under the net energy billing process.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Building on what Steve Hudson said, given where net billing is going, which looks like 2 megawatts or less, and under the bill we're talking 3 to 5 or 3 to 10, I guess, that they wouldn't be able to participate in both this long-term contract process and net billing, although I suppose that could be specified in the legislation, just to be clear.
Thank you.
Great. Any other follow up, Representative Foster. Other questions for the PUC? Okay, so I guess I have a quick one. Just so if we were to clarify in this legislation, it appears to be relatively clear, but if we were to clarify that net energy billing is excluded for this particular purpose, that would still leave open participation in thermal RECs, sales of associated RECs if those weren't part of the procurement that's envisioned here, potentially other sources of added value. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be similar to a solicitation for, let's say, solar projects where they can bid both energy capacity and RECs. And depending on our analysis, we might choose just to buy energy and let the sponsor sell the RECs on the market, or we could decide to purchase the RECs and then the utility would actually purchase the RECs and sell in the market. So I think it would work the same way.
Great, and I apologize, I don't have the language in front of me, but this price cap, does that apply only to energy as you read the amended language, or does that price cap apply? Under this language could be accidentally being allowing a REC to be sold for 9 cents, for example?
That's a good question. I'll have to take another look, but
it specifies contract price for energy.
Okay.
Cannot exceed 10 cents per kilowatt hour.
Okay, so we wouldn't be purchasing their thermal RECs or anything other than energy. So at the 10 cents, yeah, that makes sense.
Great. Thank you. Other questions for the commission or discussion with them? Okay, seeing none. Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question that just sort of came to me that I hadn't thought of before. What if like all the bids come in right at 9.99 cents or something like that? Does the PUC have the discretion to say, you know what, we don't really think that was competitive, please go back and try again, or do you need to be given that discretion, or what would happen in that case? Because competition, I think, is important to all of us.
Yeah, that's interesting, Representative, because this is modeled to some degree on the community renewables project, which had a similar 10-cent cap, and I think was limited maybe to 20, maybe more. And the bids do tend, not necessarily 9.9, but 9.8 or 9.6. So although, yes, and the direct answer to your question is, if it looks like it's not competitive because we only got one bid, I think under the bill, the commission would have the authority, and Deidre's nodding, to say, no, it's not competitive, we're not going to accept this. Although I don't think it would be based just on the fact that we only got one bid, because the bidder wouldn't know how many bids we got. So, but I think we do have that authority, right, Deidre?
Deirdre, do you want to?
Sure, thank you. And just, I guess I haven't said, I'm Deirdre Schneider, I'm with the PUC. It does say in the bill, the amended language now, if at the close of the process, the commission determines that the proposal doesn't meet the requirements of the solicitation, or that an approval is not in the public interest, the commission can reject all proposals and open a new competitive bidding process. So I'd assume if everything came in at 9.99% cents, we might say that's not in the public interest and reject the bids and reopen.
And that is close to what happened with the community renewables procurement, Mitch? I mean, the bids coming in.
Yeah, and I'm sure our reports on long-term contracts have the exact pricing, but we did accept the bids, and I'd have to go back and look. I don't want to suggest they were all like 9.9 or 9.8. But we did accept the bids on the grounds that they were, reasonably competitive.
Thank you. Would you say that there's a danger in setting a ceiling in that respect?
Yes, although I'm not suggesting, it's like anything else, Representative, the pros and cons. One con of setting a cap is what we're talking about. Bidders tend to bid really close to the cap. But of course, putting in a cap gives the committee the comfort that prices won't be above, or the cost of ratepayers won't be above a certain amount. Because if there was no cap, what if we got a 20-cent bid?
Got it. Thank you. Other discussion for the PUC? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Tannenbaum, in the regard to a plant such as this, that's going to be a cogen wood product, probably based entity, generally speaking, they are looking for the opportunity to price energy at a price that will make their project viable, but yet be competitive. Their main source of income, I would hope, is their wood business, and whether it's a sawmill or what have you. Am I wrong there? Or in other words, what I'm thinking is that the bids that come in, they're not looking to make as much money as they can on the electric side of things, but and therefore the bids may be lower than what we might expect. Am I way off there?
No, I don't think so, Representative. That's the positive side of a competitive bid process. So if it works as intended, an entity would bid its lowest price to get the contract. So it would look at all those factors.
Great. Any other discussion? Okay, so Representative Foster.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as far as further discussion goes, it seems that it might be in the committee's best interest to have a chance to go over this new bill, if you will, this amended version, and to come back in the future to possibly have a motion and a vote once some of us had a chance to look at it more closely and converse with any other interested parties that we may wish to verify that what we think we've got in front of us is actually what we have in front of us. If the chair agrees, I think further action would be required.
That's something I'm open to, Representative Foster. I won't speak for others, but obviously the committee could decide to table this until Thursday, for example. It seems like there's some good progress has been made, and perhaps that will lead us to a consensus, which would always be nice. The opportunity to speak with other stakeholders that we have right now is attractive to me. I'm particularly interested in speaking. We're hearing from the DEP. I see Stacy Knapp is here, and Jason, if you could call in Stacy Knapp. I don't know if others. I don't see others from the DEP, so looks like just Stacy. Are you able to bring in Stacy Knapp?
Yeah, yep, she should be on her way.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Thank you, Stacy Knapp, for joining us to represent the DEP. And I just want to start by thanking you for the follow-up information that you provided through our analyst. I found it very helpful. One point of clarification that I wanted to make is because we had heard from one of the interested parties to the bill that the residuals, that a very significant portion of them were being landfilled. At least that's how I understood that person's testimony. you came back with a different take on that. Can you just speak to that, and also how how that's measured and verified?
I don't know exactly how it's verified. So I looked at the report that I linked to you guys last time, and that evidently does include any residuals from a mill that would go to a landfill. And so I spoke with a number of people about this, and they assured me that that was probably correct, because mills do not want their residuals to go to landfill. And their assumption was that there's a fear that more would need to go to a landfill, but it's not going there right now. So right now, my understanding is that there is a market for what is being produced now, but that there is not a market for anything above and beyond. And that's the problem, that there is no additional market for residuals, but that it is being used right now, primarily burned as biomass.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. I also had a question about the DEP process for approving combustion, boilers. I realize that may not be exactly your wheelhouse, so perhaps this is something, if we do take a little more time for it, that you could help us to learn more about.
Certainly.
My understanding is that the question is, if I'm putting in a sizable CHP boiler at my sawmill, and let's say that's, I don't know, 3 megawatts. So it's not huge, but it's not insignificant.
Uh-huh.
Does that automatically trigger Chapter 115 approval processes at DEP? And if so, would that require best available technology for efficiency of my boiler?
So you are correct in that I do not know the answer to that, but I do know people who do. So yeah, I can look into that for you. Yep.
Thank you. That's great. That's great. Any other questions for DEP or discussion? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Knapp, for being here. So in regard to your answer about the question about landfilling residuals from mills, and it was my understanding that the concern is future development would be restricted and may require that. But also, my experience is that, especially from a sawmill, where that, for instance, softwood sawdust is considered a very valuable commodity to a pulp mill. When one takes into account the loss of that market, if you will, or the reduction in that market in the state of Maine, and also when one takes into account the cost of trucking from facilities that may be looked at, someone's looking at building a fair distance from a pulp mill, then would you agree that the value of this cogeneration opportunity, this opportunity to not have to truck those residuals or possibly landfill them is an added benefit here with this bill?
I can't speak to the economics. I don't know. I know that a mill is going to want to choose, my assumption is, the most profitable method of getting rid of those residuals if they are not going to use them. And certainly trucking is a cost. Landfilling, there is a tipping fee for that. So that's one of the reasons they want to avoid that. They would prefer to sell these residuals, right? Rather than have to pay someone to take them. But I can't talk, I have no idea which costs more, which would be more favorable. I don't know.
Great, thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions for DEP, thank you very much, Stacey Knapp, for joining me.
And I'll just email you a response to those questions. I'll email Lindsay.
That would be great. Perfect. Yes, Lindsay's great for that. And is there other discussion on this bill from the committee? Or a motion? Representative Foster. You're muted.
I clicked it, it didn't go off. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that we table this in the interest of giving the committee more time to analyze the amended version of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved to table. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Wadsworth. And for those who are visibly on the screen, this does not require a senator or quorum. All those in favor of the tabling motion, please raise your hand. And it is unanimous of those present. All right, so LD 1202 is tabled, and we actually, I'm not sure we have a senator who can vote. Senator Vitelli is with us by phone, and I'm not 100% sure that she's able to unmute and have her voice recorded. So that might impact my decision about what bill to lay before us next. We always prefer that people be visibly available, but I think, unless Jason and Lindsay correct me, that it's okay in circumstances like these to allow for a vote to be recorded by voice. Senator Vitelli, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Fantastic. That's great.
All right.
And now I'm going to Lindsay for a fact check on my procedural assumptions there, because I do want to make sure that we're compliant with our own rules. Lindsay?
I believe that she needs to be visible. Sorry about that. I will check on that.
I can see a phone icon. Does that count?
I can try to sign in again on my phone through Zoom and see if I can get an image.
Oh, that's a good idea. And another thing we could do, Senator Vitelli, is ask the Senate President to allow us to vote without a senator, knowing that you're actually here on the phone. It's just that you're not visibly here, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yep.
We did hear back.
Let me try signing in first.
Okay, great. And just an update for the committee. I did hear back from the Senate President's office. They prefer that we not vote until there is a senator present. So that's part of the quandary. They have the authority to give us that privilege, but as members of the House, we can't go on without them or without their permission, as much as we might like to sometimes. Okay, so we'll wait for Senator Vitelli to come back, and Lindsay, just remind us the bills that we still have to work.
Certainly. We have LD 170, LD 1587, and LD 1079.
Great.
And I did confirm that a senator does need to be visible for a vote.
Unless the Senate President allows us to vote without a senator. Very good. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hey, we hear you and see you. Fantastic.
The wonders of technology.
Senator Vitelli, are you still without power?
Yes, I am. Is there somebody I can talk to about this?
I recommend that you talk to your state senator. I hear she's on a very popular committee. We can address these issues. The connection's a little choppy, so maybe what you can do, Senator Vitelli, is I might recommend turning off your video until we get to a vote, and then turning it on just when you vote, if that makes sense. That will probably help the audio quality.
There we go.
Perfect. That's great. Okay. So in that case, since we have a senator, this is very exciting. I want to go back and pick up where we left off with the supplemental budget items. Kind of rewind the tape a little bit, go back to supplemental budget, and we have 3 separate votes on our recommendations for the supplemental. So Lindsay, while you're going back to that, these will be votes on each item that are essentially our recommendations. The motion will be to move something in or to move it out. And if it's moved in, we can add any additional recommendation that we like. If it's moved out, we can specify why that's the case. If the motion is to move something in, that's a recommendation to include it in the supplemental budget, and those voting in favor of moving it in obviously will be voting in favor of that funding as specified by the maker of the motion. So Lindsay, what is the first item again that's in the supplemental budget?
First item is Efficiency Main Trust. This is the one-time funding to support electric vehicle rebate programs, including incentive programs. This is $7 million being moved over from the general fund unappropriated surplus.
Great. And at this time, the chair would be happy to entertain a motion to move it in with changes, or to move it out. Or to move it out with some alternative. Representative Sachs.
I move that we to allow it in without changes. Just allow it in.
Very good. The motion is to move this item in to our recommendations to committee, seconded by Representative Kessler. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, Jason, could you call the roll?
Actually, I can take care of that.
Okay. Great.
That's all right. Okay. Senator Lawrence. Absent. Senator Stewart. Absent. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Carlo. Okay, he is absent. Representative Cuddy. Absent. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Grignan. Absent. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth.
No.
And Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yes, 1, 2, 2 no, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 absent. Does that come out right? Yes, it does. Excellent. Okay, so that's 6 yes, 2 no's, and 5 absent.
Okay, and that brings us next to GEO.
That is correct.
Funding for the Governor's Energy Office. We've discussed that already. I did flag just for the committee's consideration that there may be some additional need if the land use and siting work that ACF is considering is moved forward from that committee. And I would personally be very pleased if there were a recommendation from EUT for AFA to fund that work also, if ACF is unanimous in recommending it, or if ACF recommends it, and they can decide, whether they want to take that up or not. So a motion to move it in, with any changes such as those I mentioned, or a motion to move it out would be in order. Or a discussion. Representative Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, maybe this is a question for Lindsay. Is it okay to report back, okay, if this committee does a certain thing on a certain bill, then we want to see that in the supplemental budget? If it's not our committee, is that okay to do?
I don't know for sure. I'd have to check on that.
I mean, I think maybe we can provide a memo that says something, but that I don't.
So
new territory for me.
So that our recommendations in this budget report back are just that, they're recommendations. And what we will be sending AFA is a letter. That letter can contain nuance. It can say, we like this idea, but we really think it ought to be one-time money, rather than, put into the baseline. We think you should fund this, but you should add $5 to it. We can say, if another bill comes forward that's, from another committee and it requires more, you should include that as well. This is really our one chance to advise AFA on the areas that we have expertise or oversight. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Representative Wadsworth.
Yeah, the chairman's correct, having served on AFA, and I'll tell you that letter from the committees is really helpful when you're trying to implement policy into something as big as a budget or a supplemental budget. So, specificity is helpful.
And this just in from Deirdre Schneider. I have it on her authority that ACF voted today to recommend that work that we were just discussing, including all personnel for GEO and all other. The vote was 10-1 with 2 absent. And Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, everyone, for the additional feedback on how we can move forward. I feel personally like I would want to split that out into 2 things, like vote on what was proposed and then vote separately on that funding, because people might have different opinions, and I don't think one should color the vote on the other. I don't think that provides real clarity to AFA.
Yeah, so let me explain just procedurally. So if the motion were, let's say the motion is to move it out, right? Then those voting in favor of the motion are voting to move it out, not to provide that funding. But at that time, we would then turn to those that voted against the motion and say, what is your report? And Lindsay will reflect their opinion, their report, if you will, on this item to AFA. So her letter will say, with respect to the Efficiency and Main Trust, the committee voted unanimously, these members of the committee voted in favor of the 7 million for EV work. And these members of the committee voted against it. And then likewise, on this next item, there could also be difference of opinion, or ideally unanimity. That's always helpful to AFA. Right, Representative Wadsworth? Always good to have a former member of appropriations on your committee. We have friends in high places. All right, so if there's interest in discussing this a little more, I realize that it's not a bill that the committee has looked at a lot, although many of us were at the solar stakeholder group, and this bill actually comes out of that solar stakeholder work that was presented by ACF and was done jointly with the GEO. So we could talk more about that if it's helpful. I think we all understand the importance of siting and land use, the challenges that our municipalities are facing in deciding how best to amend their ordinances around energy infrastructure generally. So that's really the purpose of that work. I see that Melissa Winnie is with us, and she could probably give us an update on where things are with that, or talk more about how that particular funding would be used. Representative Sachs.
For purposes of the discussion, I would say, not having been, I was not able to attend those hearings. I haven't looked at the bill. It sounds, of course, like a wonderful idea, but in terms of a committee recommendation, frankly, I think I could advocate for that as a member, going to my AFA member, but not have that as a recommendation of the committee. That's where I am with this. I would just like to see us move in or out what we have in front of us, but without having had the opportunity to review that and a split vote and things like that. That is not what I'm interested in spending a lot of time on this afternoon, but can respect that other people may want to do so.
Yeah, and that's fine. And I do think that committees do often just keep it simple and either vote for or against what is put forward by the executive. But what I've been convinced of over my time in the legislature is that the legislature does best when it looks at things from a bigger, from a higher level, and remembers that we can make recommendations. Policy committees can make recommendations to AFA that are outside the scope of the executive branch proposal. So
Granted. Yeah. However, saying as a committee member, this sort of last minute bringing it in, and I understand that for you, it's not last minute, but just stating that keeping it clean for me would be a better way to go for this particular piece.
Representative Sachs, I wasn't addressing that to you specifically. It was more of a general observation, and thank you for that response. So the bill that is before us, the supplemental budget, does contain a recommendation for the GEO. I'd like to hear from Melissa Winnie at the GEO just to get a little more of an update on where things are and how we might proceed if we do not recommend funding for that other work. And Jason, if you could bring in Melissa Winnie, that would be great.
She should be on her way over.
Thank you.
Hello, Representative. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Okay. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, so hi, Representative. Hello, committee members. My name is Melissa Winnie. I'm an energy policy advisor for the Governor's Energy Office. I think I heard your question, but it would be helpful, Representative, just if you could clarify specifically what you're asking.
Thank you. Can you just give us your sense, Ms. Winnie, of what it is that you would be required to do? Your office is overseen by this committee and this committee only. So I think the concern that I'm raising here is that if funding for your office is being recommended by another committee which does not have oversight over the GEO and its budget, we probably owe it to you and to ourselves to understand what's involved in that work. So, and maybe the committee doesn't, have the bandwidth right now to really dive into that and would like to take a little more time with it. I think that's what Representative Sachs was partly suggesting. So I'm very open to that. And I guess my first of all, could you, okay.
That is not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting a simple motion of ought to have in without any amendment, but I won't make that motion at the moment. But this rabbit hole is not where I believe is in the committee's best interest at the moment.
Thank you, Representative Sachs. Ms. Winnie, can you just give us an update on the funding that is being recommended by any other committees? Today, we got a quick update from Mr. Burgess, Dr. Burgess, on that. Is that still the case? Do you have any updates, any changes as of this moment?
Great, thank you, Representative, for the question. And I do appreciate, some of the holistic view in terms of what is being asked of our office, kind of regardless of what committee is directing that. I do think the legislation that you're referencing, LD 856, does have a lot of components that cut across the work of this committee as well. And it's pretty substantial what GEO is being asked to do within that legislation. So we, at a really high level, it's asking us to create a database of energy projects, including geospatial data, which I know Representative Grahowski would be excited to see. Beyond that, it's also directing us to develop a plan for a pilot program related to dual use. So solar sited on land that's already being used, whether that's agricultural or other types of developed lands. So that's a big piece of work as well. And then it's also directing additional engagement of agricultural stakeholders in our ongoing DG stakeholder working group, which was directed by this committee. And so the development of that database is a big component. So within that, we asked for funding for a staff member, and that staff member would help to develop and maintain the database, coordinate engagement with and provide technical assistance to municipalities that are considering proposals for renewable energy, and support the design and establishment of that pilot project program plan that's outlined in the legislation. And then we also requested additional funding to help actually develop that database and provide research and other support to the other components of that work. And so I was in that committee when Director Burgess was here talking about the budget. So I don't know what else he provided in terms of additional kind of context for us, but that is a pretty big component of work that our small office would have to take on.
That's very helpful. Any other questions besides mine for Ms. Winnie? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'd be happy if the committee prefers to move forward with a vote on the underlying proposal in the supplemental, and we can always decide later whether to take an opinion, take a position on this separate piece of the GEO budget that would be proposed under the work that was just discussed. So I'm hoping that might help move us forward, because I would hate to slow down the work that the committee needs to do. And I personally would be very pleased to vote in favor of the underlying proposal in the supplemental, and then to just hang on to our report. Lindsay, when do we need to report it back to ACF? What's our deadline?
17th.
The 17th. So we do have time. And I apologize, Representative Sachs, for trying to move things along, perhaps a little too quickly. Believe me, if this idea had come to me before Director Burgess was with us earlier and we were actually talking about the budget, I would have brought it up, but it did not come to me until that very moment. So that's how we got here. And appreciate the indulgence of the committee to understand those budgetary ramifications if that bill passes. So what's the pleasure of the committee? Do I have a motion to move it in, a motion to move it out? Motion to table? I'm ready to vote to move it in personally, but Representative Foster.
Well, to make a motion, I'll make a motion to move it out.
Okay. All right, the motion is to move it out, and seconded by Representative Wadsworth. So that would be no funding. And just to be clear, Representative Foster, all of the funding that's proposed would be zeroed out entirely?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Representative Sachs.
I just want to clarify that this funding is not from the general fund, but from federal funding for this position. Is that correct, Lindsay?
That is correct based on my understanding. This may be something to direct to the GEO. Let me just look at the initiatives quickly.
Those were my notes that I had. So so if that's the case, I mean, I'm completely supportive if that's how they'd like to direct those funds to these positions. So I'll be voting against the motion.
The second initiative is funding from United Nations Foundation Incorporated. And the first initiative, it looks like this is involved in the grant. Just to confirm, you may want to double check with the GEO.
Okay, Representative Sachs, do you want to have the GEO back in just to clarify that?
No, it's what I have on my notes. I'm pretty using federal dollars for this and I'm comfortable with that. So no need to bring in for me, for anybody from the GEO. Thanks, Lindsay.
Okay. Any other discussion before we go to a vote? All right, seeing none, Lindsay will call the roll.
Okay, so the motion is to have these out of the budget. So starting with Senator Lawrence, and do we have quorum? Yes, I think, yes, all right, good. Senator Lawrence, absent. Senator Stewart, absent. Senator Vitelli.
No.
Representative Barry.
No.
Representative Carlo. Absent. Representative Cuddy. Absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Grignan. Absent. Representative Grahowski.
No.
Representative Kessler.
No.
Representative Sachs.
No.
Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
And Representative Ziegler.
No.
Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 no's, 1, 2, 2 yeses, and 5 absent. So the motion fails.
Okay. And Lindsay, in your letter to AFA on behalf of the committee, as of the previous item, you'll be recording the members of the committee who voted voted against the motion. And so we voted, I'm going to ask the folks correct me if they wish to be represented differently, but I think the vote of no was a vote to include that recommendation or to include that item in the supplemental. So your letter will reflect that certain members voted in favor of inclusion and certain members voted in support of exclusion, correct?
I can certainly do that. So do we need to take another, or can we just, okay. All right, so we've got.
That's my point. We don't need to vote it again because the point is just that we're all on record with our recommendations.
Okay. All right.
On to the next thing.
And the next initiative, it's the Office of the Public Advocate. This is one office specialist, one position to bring the staffing level to 10 employees as authorized by statute and provides funding for related all other costs.
Okay. Is there discussion or a motion? Representative Sachs.
You can tell I'm like to move on to lunch, right? I make a motion to opt in.
Okay, so it's been moved in by Representative Sachs and seconded by Representative Kessler. Is there any discussion on the Office of the Public Advocate item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to a vote.
Okay. Senator Lawrence. Absent. Senator Stewart. Absent. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Carlo. Absent. Representative Cuddy. Absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Grignan. Absent. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
And Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
1, 2, 8 yes, 1, 2, 5 absent. Excellent.
Okay. It is just about lunchtime, I think, and I sense that folks would like to get on to lunch, but I believe that we may be nearing a place where we can adjourn for the day rather than having to come back. And there has been a request. I do have a request to allow for a little more time for LD 170 and LD 1079. Similarly, we do not have the sponsor of that bill here, and I'd prefer to wait until Senator Stewart is with us to act on that bill. So that really only leaves one bill, LD 1587. And I am going to put that bill before the committee now in hopes that we can have a fairly quick work session on it. So LD 1587, and Lindsay, I don't recall if we have had an analysis on it. I don't think we need a long drawn out one, but I believe that, I feel like we did have at least one work session on this previously.
That's correct, yes. So this was, LD 1587 was heard on May 4th, 2021. You had a work session May 13th, and then a work session again in November. So this was heard in connection with LD 170, and you had gone over kind of a comparison of how LD 170, 1587, and the initiated ballot measure, sort of the differences. I've got a chart that I can show to the committee, although I didn't, so it's sort of up to you how you'd like me to proceed.
Well, I'll just say that I have been in touch with the sponsor, and in light of the outcome of the vote in November, the sponsor is fine with us moving this bill ought not to pass and reporting it out in that fashion. So having said that, is there any discussion or a motion on LD 1587? Representative Wadsworth.
Nope, so moved on not to pass.
It's been moved on not to pass. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Foster. Any discussion? Okay. With that, we'll go to a vote. Jason?
Senator Lawrence. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy. Not here. Representative Grochowski.
Yes.
Representative Grochowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster is a yes. Representative Carlo. Representative Carlo is absent. That is, it's 8 in favor of the motion and 5 absent.
Okay. So, Lindsay, I believe that concludes our work for today. What I would like to do, and we should check in with Senator Lawrence, but I think the goal would be to try to vote as many of the bills that were tabled or not taken up today on Thursday. And that would include LD 1202, LD 170, LD 1075, and then possibly just a quick look at any bills that might require additional funding for any of the agencies that we oversee that are out there that we're aware of in the legislative world. And that would be in addition to the items on our list currently.
So I'm sorry, what is the last item? Any bills?
Before, just to look quickly at bills we are aware of that require additional funding. We kind of began to touch on that today, but bills that may have a fiscal impact that AFA could consider killing and moving into the supplemental budget if they saw fit to do so. And that would, of course, require the recommendation of this committee to make that happen. I'm not saying that we have an opinion one way or the other, but I'm saying that the table is typically not a good way to get something done. And if the committee does decide it wants something done, it's often better to recommend that it go into the budget and that the bill be killed. So that would be the goal. Lindsay, we can talk offline and clarify how that should work. Thank you. Any other discussion or business to come before the committee? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Representative Foster, seconded by Representative Ziegler. All those in favor? Okay, see you all tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Great job.